Bring this meeting to order at 5:37. And we will be going into closed session. We have closed session topics of consideration of student grade records, challenge, appeal, Ed Code sections 35-146, 49-066, and 49-070. Resolution number 2024.25.41, temporary employee release. Student expulsion, Ed Code number 48918, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, Subdivision A, employee organizations, CSEA and NTA. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, and conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.94 cases. Do we have any closed session public comment?
We do not.
Thank you. All right, and are we pulling anything from this agenda, Superintendent Vicar?
Yes, we are pulling, not from the closed session, but from the open session. There will be some items that are pulled. You're leaving the open session for later.
Okay, I was thinking about 2.1, but.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. I'm sorry, that item has been postponed until next, till 20.
Okay, thank you. All right, and 2.1, consideration of student grade records, challenge, appeal, Ed Code sections. This one is being pulled for tonight and will be brought back at the next meeting. Thank you. Off to closed session.
Testing. Testing. Okay.
Does
The president know what's going on?
Express their opinions respectfully. Thank you. Within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings so that the board is able to conduct the business effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for public comment on both agenda and non-agenda items. As of January 25th, 2025, public comment will only be conducted in person. The public will have the opportunity to address the Board of Education by submitting a written comment card with the executive assistant. If you plan to speak during public comment rather than before an individual item, please try to turn in your comment card by the start of open session. Otherwise, please turn it in before we reach your particular item number. Thank you for your cooperation. Members of the public may observe the meeting via NUSD YouTube channel or in person at the Newark City Council chambers. Spanish translation is available in person. All right. We moved into closed session, and from closed session, I need to report that the board voted to issue notices of non-reelection to one temporary certificated teacher by the following vote, which was motioned by Member Block, seconded by Member Thomas, and received 5 ayes, so passed unanimously. All right. That was, I just want to double check, make sure I've read everything I need. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, moving on to Pledge of Allegiance. Miss Joy? Oh, I'm sorry. No, not until we get to 15. Okay. Member Joy, would you like to lead us for the last time?
I'd love to. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Right, as we move to approval of the agenda, we have a couple items we need to move. We would like to move 14.3 up into new business, so it will now become basically 12.8. That is one change we need to make, and I believe that is the only item unless another member would like to pull or move something. Oh, I have one more to pull. I would also like to pull 1535, which is the AR, or the administrative regulation of 7214, general obligation bonds. That has also been pulled. Any other? Okay. So may I ask for a motion to approve the agenda with the move of 14.3 into new business and 1535 being pulled?
I'll make a motion to approve with those changes.
Thank you.
I will second.
Member Lee, was that you? Okay, thank you. All right, please vote. Okay, thank you. And that's, we have 6 yeses. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Student report, member Joy Lee. We are excited to have your last report to us and look forward to the next things for you.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and beloved New York community. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you so much, teachers. On Thursday, the New York Memorial High School Med Club worked alongside Stanford Medical Center to host a blood drive. We had around 60 volunteers to come and donate. This past Friday, our club's committee hosted the last food fair of the year. Additionally, this past Friday, Mr. Rich's Business and Professional Development, Sports Marketing, and Entrepreneurship, the amazing opportunity to be interviewed by Lucid Motors, an American automaker company. The juniors had a fundraiser called Dunk a Junior, where students and faculty could pay to dunk a junior or a staff member like Mr. Reynolds, Coach K, and Vice Principal Flores. This past Wednesday and Friday, the New York Memorial High School Drama hosted a 2-day theater workshop for anyone who was interested in theater. And now I will announce a couple of upcoming events, so if you would like to write them down, now is the time. The New York Memorial Band and Choir will be having their spring break concert on May 9th from 6 to 9 p.m. And then the next 2 weeks for our students will be AP testing week. Next, there will be a senior student athlete college night on May 14th at 6:30 p.m. This night will be dedicated to recognizing our college-bound athletes participating in athletics. Puente will be hosting their annual senior night celebration on Thursday, May 15th in the theater. And starting May 18th will be the seniors' grand night trip to Disneyland. And starting on May 20th, that week will be Senior Spirit Week. And before I end, I wanted to reflect on this roller coaster of a ride of these past 2 years. When I entered, I was just a sophomore thrusted into a world of unknown politics, and without my teachers like Miss Canales, Mr. Pramal, Mr. Goldsmith, Miss Torres, Coach K, and board member Nguyen, and other board members, I wouldn't have been able to brave these past 2 years. My small bubble grew beyond getting good scores in tests and classes, but I became a part of a community that taught me responsibility, respect, and leadership. I learned how to utilize my voice for the improvement of the quality of education for my peers. Thank you to Superintendent Vicar and Ms. Allard for showing how you truly care for our students and making the most of what you guys were able to. I'm truly excited for what you guys have to bring and what improvements our school district will do with it. Thank you to our school board members that I've worked with, Member Jones, Member Hill, Member Thomas, Member Plancarte, Member Anguiano, and Member Block, and Member Nguyen. I have had so much fun sitting on this board, getting to know you guys, and getting to hear your collaborations with one another to do right by our students. And so really from the bottom of my heart, thank you. To the rest of the staff at NUSD, it is inspiring to hear your stories and the heart you guys have for us. The constant exploration and search for the best technology, curriculum, and nutrition is a passion I don't know if I will find anywhere else. And I hope that fire will continue to grow with time because our students need you guys more than ever. As a shy girl in 4th grade, I struggled with my reading and math skills. My 4th grade teacher was the one who stayed after school to teach me and help me get caught up in my studies. I don't think I would love learning as much as I do now if it wasn't for teachers like her. I can confidently say that education has changed my life for the better, and it is because of every single staff and Newark community member. My only regret is that I wish I could have been more present with the students at the elementary and middle school sites, but it makes me more excited because it tells me that nothing is finished yet. We still have so much more to do. And it makes me even more excited for the next student board member, Jasleen, who will begin to write her own history. And so thank you for my 2 years here. And yes, thank you so much.
And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce Jasleen Torres. She is a hardworking student who has consistently talked about attending college after graduation. Beginning in 9th grade, she participated in several clubs on campuses, including serving as president of the, remind me how to say it? Mecha Folklorico Group, and the Cultural Executive Officer of Puente. She has attended the Leadership 101 course and has shown to be a natural leader. Jasleen has volunteered for the County Library Reading Program, the County Food Bank at Schilling, and has helped to organize a Christmas toy drive, starting all in high school. During her summers, she has served the community as a recreation leader for summer camps. Jasleen is fluent in Spanish and has been a translator for several school events, starting in junior high, and in additional other volunteer activities. So both in junior high and high school, or middle school, excuse me. Jasleen is open-minded and listens to the thoughts and needs of her peers. She will be able to communicate with all stakeholders as she is well respected by her peers and the staff. Jasleen always has a positive disposition and will be an asset to the Board of Education representing the youth of Newark Unified School District. We welcome you.
President Jones, would it be okay if Jasleen had a few remarks to make?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, it's on. Good evening, board members of the board, district staff, families, and community members. My name is Jasleen Ayala Torres, and I'm honored to serve as your student board representative for the upcoming school year. I've been a proud student of this district for my entire school career, starting from kindergarten, and it means a lot to now have the opportunity to give back in this way. I'm also actively involved in our community, and I've seen the great potential of our students. As someone who is fluent in Spanish, I'm proud to represent and connect with our Spanish-speaking students and families. At the same time, I'm committed to being a voice for all students, no matter their background, culture, or experience. My goal in this role is to listen, learn, and advocate in a way that makes everyone feel seen, heard, and supported. I'm looking forward for a year of collaboration, growth, and meaningful impact, and I thank you for this great opportunity. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Jasleen Ayala Torres y es un honor para mí servir como representante estudiantil ante la mesa directiva este año escolar. He sido parte de este distrito toda mi vida y me emociona poder representar la voz de los estudiantes. Estoy muy involucrada en nuestra comunidad y me gusta participar en diferentes actividades. Hablo español con fluidez, lo cual me permite conectarme con nuestras familias hispanohablantes. Pero también estoy aquí para todos los estudiantes, sin importar su origen o cultura. Mi meta es escuchar, aprender y asegurarme de que cada estudiante se sienta visto y escuchado. Gracias por darme la oportunidad de estar en este rol. Espero que sea un gran año para todos.
We're moving on now to 2025's MVROP SOTY Student of the Year Scholarship winner. That's okay. I'm like, wait, maybe I was supposed to do that.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to say I'm very honored to be receiving this scholarship, and I would like to thank Newark Memorial High School for acknowledging me for this amazing opportunity. I also would like to thank my family, friends, teacher, and school community for helping me push forward. Thank you.
Congratulations, Jada. We're so proud of you.
All right, we are moving on to resolution, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to bring this up on my computer. We're moving on to the resolution of 2024.25.39, Day of the Teacher. And I'm not on the right screen.
President Jones, would you like me to assist?
Well, I have the.
You have your resolution?
Yeah, because I'm not on Wi-Fi. So I can't bring it up at the moment. Unless. That won't let me connect at the moment.
Toy, are you able to read the resolution? We apologize. We're still working through some of our technology and learning how to work remotely.
I'm used to being able to bring these things up on my computer, and not being hooked into the Wi-Fi here makes it a tad difficult. Okay, that would be awesome.
President Jones, I have a great idea. We would
Yeah.
like to tag team down here and have our student board members actually read the resolution.
Oh, I
Would
think
that be great?
absolutely fabulous. That would be
We are
wonderful.
solution oriented down here.
Good, thank you.
Do you want me to start? Okay. State of California Day of the Teacher, May 6, 2025. Whereas the annual Day of the Teacher will be observed in all schools and educational institutions of the state on May 6, 2025, and
Whereas the Board of Trustees of the New York Unified School District wishes to commend and express its appreciation to its teachers who serve the students of the New York Unified School District, and
whereas this Board of Trustees and the Superintendent recognize that unique and highly specialized skills are required to meet the very needs of the young people served by the district instructional programs and are proud of the success that these programs have achieved, and
whereas it is further recognized that the quality and success of students depend significantly upon the instructional outstanding performance of the teachers who have committed their considerable skills, talents, and energies to meeting the needs of their special students.
now therefore let it be resolved that the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent do hereby thank and commend the teachers
Of the New York Unified School District for the outstanding and meaningful contribution they are making to students and families served by New York schools.
Thank you.
We have several teachers in the room. If you could please stand, we'd like to just recognize you and thank you for your work. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, and we need to have a motion for this, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution regarding Day of the Teacher.
I second.
Okay, thank you, and a vote. All right, it is with 6 votes. Thank you. There it is. Okay. The next resolution is for Classified School Employee Week. It is 2024.25.40, and I do have this one up. Would you ladies like to read it? Read that again? It was nice to have you do that.
Classified School Employees Week, May 18 to 24, 2025. Whereas the legislature of the state of California has officially designated the third full week in May of each year as Classified School Employees Week as time to recognize the many contributions of classified school employees to public education, and
Whereas the members of the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent are personally aware and appreciative of the high standard of quality and service provided by the members of the classified staff, and
whereas the services provided by the members of the classified staff have a profound and significant effect on the operations of programs operated by the New York Unified School District.
whereas it is further recognized that all adults in school environment are important to the success and well-being of our students.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent do hereby recognize and commend the members of the New York Unified School District, California School Employees Association, Local 208.
For their outstanding effort in serving the district and meeting the needs of the students, staff, and parents of the New York Unified Schools.
Thank you. And could we have any of our CSEA members stand up that are in the room, please? Okay, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
I move we approve the.
There you go.
I move we approve the resolution.
Thank you. And a second?
I second that.
All right, thank you so much. And a vote, please. Thank you. That is 6 ayes. There we go. Thanks so much. All right. Let's see, employee organizations, NTA.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, Executive Cabinet, Superintendent. I have 4 things today. Something to point out on today's agenda in regards to the information for CSEA's tentative agreement. Looking on that attachment, a 1.75% compensation for CSEA is $135,839. That means a 1% for CSEA is $77,622. $77,000. Our executive cabinet salaries are almost 3 times as a 1% increase for CSEA. 3 times as much. And that's since we got the 16% raise. So we have negotiations tomorrow. So I hope that in closed session today, that there's a serious conversation about compensation for NTA. A 1% for CSEA is $77,622. Today, staffing meetings this week are happening at our sites. At one of our school sites today, we talk about keeping cuts away from our classrooms. One of our school sites have to displace one of its teachers, and we have teachers at that site who have been there 10, 15 years, and they have to decide which one has to be displaced. So teachers with seniority of over 10, 15 years, we're in that position right now. Also on the agenda for tonight is the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Over the last 2 school years, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This will be number 6 as Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Catherine Waters, Steve Burrell, Yolanda Mendoza, Chris Williams, Angela Walker, and now Kim Ortiz. While it'll be a pleasure to work with Ms. Ortiz, my concern is for what's not happened that we need to take care of. We have not yet our need for teachers, for the, what are they called, our need for educators, remind me, waivers. We have not yet applied for those. We have a handful of our NTA members in situations that need to be resolved before the end of the school year. And finally, leading up to, we have not yet acknowledged our Employee of the Year for our teachers, Arlene Cordero. Last year, it has not even been on an agenda yet. We usually take care of this in February. Last year it was forgotten about, done in a superintendent's report. So again, things are getting missed. And our 71 teachers who got layoff notices, I think our number is up to 22 so far that have said they're not going to wait anymore. So 22 vacancies as of now that we need to fill. So thank you. Thank you.
CSEA?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. President Jones, Board of Trustees, and Executive Cabinet. My name is Jody, and I'm here as a representative of NUMA tonight. We hope that everyone had a restful spring break. Officially, we have 16 days of school left, and we continue to remain united and strong for our students. Tonight, we want to thank our families for their continued support, ensuring that their students' success this year. Support from home with positive attendance, homework help, and a deep belief in the capacity of their student is a critical element in each student's success. Our NUSD staff appreciates the ongoing love and commitment from our families that they provide to all of our schools. Teachers are currently assessing and monitoring their students' incredible growth. It's truly a time to reflect on the journey to the amazing accomplishments that each and every student has made. We want to encourage everyone to hang in there and stay focused for a strong finish. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there we go. As I look at the comment cards, I'm going to go through the agendized ones and ask if you want to speak now or in front of the agenda item itself. Ms. Nguyen, would you like to speak on 12.4 and 12.5 at the time or now?
Are we doing public comment first?
I'm asking if you want to do, yes, if you would like to speak now or before the agenda item itself. Now. Okay, thank you. Ms. Parks, before or at the agenda item? Agenda item. Thank you. Ms. Blinko, before the agenda item or now?
If I speak before, do I get 3 minutes per item? Or is it 3 minutes total?
You get 3 minutes total.
I'll do one before and then the rest.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just saw, they're all in order. So you'd like to do them one now and one later or both then?
I'll do one now, two later.
Okay, let me get to the others. All right. Which one would you like to do now?
I'll do 14.2 and 16.10 are the same, so I'll do that one now.
14.
That's the same comment.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. Nguyen on sorry, I tried to put them over here. On 14.3, now or at the time that it comes up? Now. Okay. I should just go through by person, I think, would probably be easier. Okay. All right, I'm sorry, Ms. Blinko, you have 3 here. Do you want all of them now or at the time of the items?
If I get 3 minutes for each now, I'll do them all now. But if I only get
You get 3 minutes for each, you would get 3 minutes for each item.
okay, so then I can do them all now, and if I get 3 for each item.
Okay, so let me tell you where this is going so that we're upfront about all of this. If we have more than 13 right now, we will reduce, I'll ask the board to reduce the time down to 2 minutes per item, just so you know. Okay. It looks like, Ms. Parks, I'm just getting them all in order so I make sure I have them all here. Okay. All right. Non-agenda item, Ms. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Vakar, and executive staff. My name is Fong Nguyen, a parent and NUSD student advocate. We celebrate teacher and classified staff appreciation in May, and I would like
to take this time to thank our very hardworking teachers, staff, and administrators who give their all to our students and family. Thank you for your dedication, drive, and determination to help advance our students' academic achievements and social and emotional well-being. Your work is not recognized enough, and I am a parent who appreciates the sacrifices that you make to educate and make a positive impact on the daily lives of our students. You are all amazing at what you do, and I applaud you all loudly. You deserve a great raise and better benefits. Thank you for all that you do. Happy Teachers Appreciation and Classified Staff Appreciation Week. Thank you to our student board member, Lee, for being an articulate voice and representation of our student body. You will shine at UC Berkeley, and I have no doubt you will succeed in everything you do in life. Welcome, Student Board Member Torres. There is also no doubt that you will do amazing in this job and your role. Also, in regards to dress coding students, today several students approached me to tell me that they were dress coded. It is one thing to be dress coded, but why of all days today? The students have not been dress coded since the introduction of the dress code policy at the beginning of the school year. My concern is that there is no formal date of implementation. Administration and yard duties randomly dress code students and say inappropriate things to students when they are being dress coded. That is not okay. Shaming our students, especially our female students, is not okay. Thank you.
Julie Bedard?
Good evening, board members and staff. My name is Julie Vidal Balmoja, and I am a mother of a senior at Newark Memorial High School. His name is Ty Balmoja. I'm here to talk about a serious concern called cyberbullying and bullying. About a month ago, my son was accused of sending inappropriate messages to a teacher, Ms. Savannah Gamble, through his school Google account. Ms. Gamble shared her concern with Angela Walker, Superintendent of Human Resources, and Principal Murphy, stating she felt threatened, understandably so. I asked Principal Murphy to do an investigation multiple times. I asked him to find out the IP address where the messages were coming from. Principal Murphy became judge and jury, gave my son a guilty verdict, and suspended him for 5 days, at which time Ty was not able to receive nor submit homework and could not attend any of his hands-on classes. I submitted a complaint to the superintendent office. After serving 3 days of his suspension, Principal Murphy asked Ty to return to school with no explanation, including the weekend. Those were the 5 longest days Ty had ever experienced. He was traumatized and became depressed. Ty's integrity was now at question. On the day he was asked to return to school, he experienced severe anxiety. We are talking about a young man who has never had behavioral issues from the first day he started kindergarten at Milani Elementary until present, weeks before he is scheduled to graduate from high school. Not only was Ty a victim of cyberbullying from a hacker who used his account to victimize people, but he was bullied by the person who should have ensured that Ty was safe and well supported. I understand that anti-bias and anti-racism training is mandatory for staff in California public schools. If so, then as an administrator, Principal Murphy should have been able to identify that Ty does not fit the typical troubled teenager. I'm gonna need a few more seconds. Okay. We should have been reassured that the school would get to the bottom of this situation. Instead, he was interrogated and punished for a crime that he did not commit. This is a time when Ty is learning how to be a confident, independent adult. Since this incident, he questions his self-worth, his self-esteem, and his self-confidence. What he learned in 17 years was destroyed in a day. This is about accountability. I have 4 requests. Number 1, a letter from the school stating that my son, Ty Balmoja, has been completely exonerated from this incident. I do not want this incident to follow him as he attends a vocational school and later finds a job. Number 2, disciplinary action to be taken on the responsible party. Number 3, for the student and parent handbook to be updated to include a protocol of appropriately handling this kind of situation so that this will never happen to him again. Okay, one more, just one more. I want him to receive an apology as well so that he can start healing. So thank you. That's all I want. Thank you for your time.
Stephen Cassidy?
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. I wish to introduce myself. My name's Stephen Cassidy. I'm new to the community. I'm now the new CEO of the Newark Chamber of Commerce. And on behalf of the Board of the Chamber of Commerce, I want to say that we want to work closely with the school district, in addition to, of course, the city and the business community. I fully understand that a city is only as strong as its public schools, and we want to see the Newark students, teachers, and the administrators succeed. And I look forward to meeting each one of you individually and talking about how we can collaborate together. Just as a little bit of my background, I'm a former mayor of San Leandro. I was also on the school board, and I've helped pass numerous bond measures for the schools. My wife is also a public school teacher. She teaches transitional kindergarten. And we just, want the best for your students. We want the best for our city. And we know that through collaboration, there's so much more than we can achieve. So thank you for your time, and I wish you the best.
All right, we are on to public comment on agenda items at this time. So let's see, I have Ms. Nguyen on 14.3, and then if you'd like to speak on for your second one, 12.4, 12.5, we'll start the time over.
Good evening again. Thank you for having me. I will start with 12.4 and 12.5. Okay. They're the same comments. It saddens me to see that once again the district is not processing layoff resolutions correctly. In layoffs, positions are what is being eliminated, and the individuals who occupy them are the ones affected. Both these resolutions do not list what positions are being eliminated. Instead, they list employee numbers. That does not tell the public anything. It doesn't tell us what positions are being eliminated and how, what programs and school sites are being impacted. It doesn't illustrate why they are being eliminated and if there is a cost savings associated with the layoffs. I think that they should be pulled and corrected. Okay, that's the two items. On item 14.3, the superintendent contract, I feel strongly against this contract because being approved tonight, especially when our beloved teachers who have served diligently all these years have not been able to finalize their contract with the district. By this contract being agendized tonight, it truly shows poor leadership. Great leaders sacrifice themselves by putting the needs of their organization before themselves. Right now, those needs are towards our educators and staff that directly serve our students. Leadership should lead by example to recognize that the superintendent should, lead by example to recognize that. The superintendent should recognize that there should be no asking for an increase during these uncertain economic times. This contract, while doesn't indicate a direct raise, it does imply a Me Too increase of certificated and classified management, of whatever certificated and classified management gets as a raise. Our district history indicates that if one bargaining unit gets something, then everyone gets something. So no, Superintendent Vicar should recognize the situation and not take an increase at all if she was truly here for the students in Newark. True leadership is sacrifice, and it is not displayed here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Blinko, 14-2.
So this is 14.2 and 15.10 with the same comment.
Okay.
Good evening, board members. I am Tracy Blinko, and my position, Budget and Position Manager, located in Fiscal Services, was laid off at the end of last fiscal year with the justification that the Director of Fiscal Services would absorb my duties. Prior to being laid off, I told Ms. Vicar that there aren't enough hours in the day for one person to do both jobs. I had also persistently brought up to Ms. Vicar that we were improperly hiring retirees as independent contractors instead of as employees and needed to report their pay to PERS or STRS per retirement law, but she created obstacles for reporting them. Instead of addressing the issues that were brought up by employees, I feel that I and others were targeted, so we would be forced to leave by layoff. While the layoff procedure might have followed Ed Code, the actions taken after the layoff have been against Ed Code. Agenda item 14.2 has a guest manager on the PAL that should not be hired, and item 15.10 has a contract that should not be amended unless you want to continue violating Ed Code 45117F1. Here is why. 1 year ago today, on May 6, 2024, I represented myself in front of Judge Carl Corbin in the administrative hearing regarding my layoff. The district was represented by Ms. Vicar and Lozano Smith. The final layoff resolution was approved by the board on May 21st. The administrative hearing statement from Judge Corbin was attached to the agenda. I'm going to share portions of Judge Corbin's factual findings from sections 14 through 16, which come from testimony given in the hearing. The findings led to the legal conclusion that the district could proceed with the layoff. I have not changed any of his words. Finding 14. Interim Superintendent Vicar credibly testified that the district would not retain or hire any short-term employees to perform the duties currently fulfilled by Blinko if Blinko's position is eliminated. She also explained that the district is in the process of advertising and hiring for the currently vacant director position. By hiring a director, the district will have that individual complete the work that is currently being performed by contractors. Finding 15. Blinko testified that she performs duties that are required to be completed and testified her belief that the district will hire a short-term employee to perform her duties and therefore should not be laid off. Finding 16. The evidence established that the district has a lack of work and lack of funds such that Blinko services will not be required for the 24-25 school year, and no short-term employee will be retained to render a service that Blinko is qualified to perform. That's the end of 14.2 and 15.10. And now, can I do 14.3?
You may. Can we start the timer over, please? Yes. Thank you.
To summarize, I testified based on my experience and hands-on knowledge of the workload that I believe Ms. Vicar was going to retain short-term employees if my position was eliminated. Ms. Vicar testified that no short-term help would be retained after a director was hired because the director would be doing all duties. A director was hired in July, yet the district did not release contractors. MGT worked into this fiscal year, and Beth Figueroa is still working. Her contract is on the agenda tonight to be increased to $75,000. On February 6th, a clerical substitute was hired, and on the PAL tonight, there's a classified guest manager for business services. These are all short-term employees, which is a violation of Ed Code 45117F1, which states, a classified employee shall not be laid off if a short-term employee is retained to render a service that the classified employee is qualified to render. This Ed Code was also listed under the legal conclusions for my hearing. I was making $60 an hour, working in person and supervising staff, while the contractors are being paid between $200 and $225 an hour working remotely. As you well know, many community members as well as board members have questioned the ongoing and expensive contractor contracts that this administration continues to engage in. This practice is not only expensive, but it also undermines the stability and growth of a united district as contractors continue to come and go. The cost of short-term employees plus late fees and penalties for errors have surpassed the cost of what my salary would have been this fiscal year. Members Anguiano, Block, Jones, Thomas, and Hill. My administrative hearing statement from Judge Corbin laid it out very clearly, yet your employee, Tracy Vicar, has knowingly violated Ed Code by retaining and hiring additional short-term employees all year, including on tonight's agenda, because she has been able to get away with it. What else has she been able to get away with? This is one incident of many. Your votes, especially tonight, will show the students, staff, and community if you think abiding by rules is important, if speaking the truth is valued, if spending money on contractors or spending money on students is the priority. The students, staff, and community deserve a better leader for Newark, one who listens to staff, follows Ed Code, makes fiscally responsible decisions, and does not lie or commit perjury. That's
Thank you.
it. And
All
then I have 15.9 also.
Yes.
Okay. So this is about the contract for independent contractor for the CBO. Assembly Bill 5, which passed in 2019, redefined how workers in the state are classified as employees or independent contractors. The law came into effect in 2020 and introduced the ABC test that businesses must pass in order to classify a worker as an independent contractor rather than an employee. All three of the following conditions must be met in order to be an independent contractor. A, the individual operates free from the company's direction and control, both in the contract and reality. B, the service is performed outside the usual course of business of the employer. And C, the individual is customarily engaged in an independently established trade, occupation, profession, or business of the same nature as that involved in the service performed. There are 2 interim assistant superintendent hirings on the agenda tonight. One is for HR, and that one's being hired as an employee on the PAL, while the one in business services is being hired as an independent contractor. They are both filling vacancies, so they are not operating free from the company's direction and control, and the services they are performing are not outside the usual course of business of the employer. The scope of work for the CBO states on the contract, she is to, and I quote, provide consultant services to the district to include, but not be limited to, performing chief business official duties, provide advice for overall departmental organization, and other duties as requested by the superintendent of Newark Unified School District. Conditions A and B are not met, therefore, the interim CBO is not, as her contract states, an independent contractor, and she should instead be hired as an employee. Most, if not all, of the fiscal and HR contractors doing employee work should be hired as employees, as they do not meet the 3 conditions required in order to be considered an independent contractor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe I have we've heard all the public comment. I just want to double check and make sure that I don't have a card.
I got here late for to read the card. I didn't know where the cards were.
Okay, they were, they're outside.
I'm sorry.
Board?
Sure.
Okay, come on up.
I'll be brief. I appreciate it. I'll know where they are next time.
Yeah, they're out on the table in the hallway.
Got it. Good evening, President Jones and members of the school board. My name is Terrence Grindal, and I'm here to speak up to you about item 12.1, which involves the disposition of school property. First, I want to clarify that while I serve as a city council member, my views I'm sharing tonight are my own and do not necessarily reflect the full city council. I appreciate the school board's transparent and community-centered approach to considering the disposition of district property. I know these decisions are very difficult, but your willingness to begin this process and involve the public shows a strong commitment to what's best for our community's future. I hope the city can collaborate with you and provide support throughout this important process. I truly believe that it's time to shift our thinking from doing only what the city has to do to help our schools to doing all that we can to help them succeed. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective. Please feel free to reach out to me if I can be helpful in any way. If you can't find it, I can be reached by text or email or call at 510-936-3670. Thank you very much. I appreciate bending your rules so I could speak. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, superintendent report.
This evening, there are no reports.
Thank you. All right, we are ready for Birch Grove Primary Spotlight presentation. Mr. Bernard. Dr. Bernard, excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Bernard.
Thank you.
Many of you may recognize Dr. Bernard. He's our former superintendent here in the school district and is serving as one of the dynamic duos over at Bridgepoint Primary School. Birch Grove Primary School.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here, and I want to acknowledge the Board of Education for working with the city to have a beautiful place to meet. It is much different and more inviting than what you had before, and I apologize for making this building happen 15 years ago, because it would have been very, very nice to do it. As you may know, over the last 4 years, I have had the opportunity to work at multiple schools, and I'm happy tonight to present information about the school I'm working at now, which is Birch Grove Primary School. And we have some teachers here, I think, who are present. Would you stand up, please, the Birch Grove individuals who are here? I want to thank them for attending. So, the spotlight is about Birch Grove Primary School, and as you may know, it is where there's little children. It's TK through second grade. And that our enrollment has increased over the last year. Notice it's gone from 397 to 406. Another situation that's happening is that we have unusual demographics. The percent with regard to, we have a large number of students that are socially disadvantaged. We also have a lot of students.
Hang on, Dr. Bernard, just a minute.
Oh, it's not up there?
It will be.
Okay. Let me go back. I don't tap dance, so just,
That's all right. The technology here far exceeds what we have
Yes,
over in the
I
district
would
office.
agree.
So
I would agree.
it's taking all of us a bit to learn it, and
How many months have you been here?
we just started. This is like our third meeting here.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Just about.
I can hold it up if you'd rather look at it.
I can bring it up, but the public would love to see.
Can you bring it up there? You can bring it
I
up?
can't attach in. That's why that computer is there, correct? So that
This is plugged in.
oh, it is. Is that cord all the way plugged in? I see cords going in and out of the floor. So.
Does this go anywhere? Maybe it's power. Maybe it'd be power. Is that power?
It worked during the dry run.
Well, it's going to be a great presentation.
It's trying to.
Restart?
I think it's like trying to. It's not. Do you need to? Does it need to zip up or something? It doesn't need to.
No, it's just connects to the screen. It worked when we did a dry run earlier.
You tried to do it?
Yeah, we did a test run.
And did it work last month with the other principal?
I did it right when they went into closed session.
You know, for let's try. just doesn't like it for some reason. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Yeah.
Does it come up in your small? It comes up on yours. Oh, good, good. All right, all right.
I think the cable's a little wonky. I think you need a different cable.
That was the threat of a new thing. Okay, hi. I'm Dr. Bernard, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to report on all the good things that are happening at Birch Grove Primary School. The enrollment has increased over the last 2 years, which we're very happy about. The next two slides are the same, so I'm going to click like this. We have an unusual demographic for you to be aware of. A large number of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and we have a lot of students who are in the process of acquiring English. And so it creates unique challenges for us, but it also creates opportunities for us to educate children and to be very successful in school. When we look at the data that is available with regard to absenteeism, we have increased, we've reduced the number of absentees, and we've also we've eliminated all the suspensions that were there in the past. We've accomplished that through many processes in place, working out with parents, the COST team, which is a coordination of student services, the START, and the student study team have been helpful. When we look at data about the school, as a TK school, we do not, there's no SBAC training, testing. Therefore, we don't have any data on that because that begins in 3rd grade. The colors at the bottom give you information as far as what schools are doing successfully, those that are above grade level, mid or above grade level, 1 year behind, 2 years behind, or 3 years behind. When we look at what we have now in the kindergarten, we see that the beginning of the year up until the overall, we've increased from 50 to 53%. We're very happy about that. In the area of 1st grade, we've gone up overall from 21 to 51% successful. We're very happy about that. And the English learners have also increased. If you look to the far right, going from 20 to 8%, that shows a reduction in the students that are not performing. They're performing 2 years behind. So that number of students has gone down. We're very happy about that. In the 2nd grade, you also see increases that are in place between 26 to 58 comparatively, and then for English learners, 19 to 41. And if we look at that one sample to the far right, we see there's been a big reduction from 18 to 5 as far as students that are 2 years behind. The dashboard that the CDE puts out, it indicates to anybody looking at the dashboard how we are doing in English language arts, mathematics, and in the English learner progress. And as we see, we are doing well in the English language arts. We're in the green. That's very, very good. And in mathematics, we're in the blue, which is even better. But for the English learners, we still have work to do. But we're making progress, but we have work to do. Other areas that we are focusing on right now is providing needs-based PD to teachers and staff, because it's most important for us to not just teach, but to educate. And to educate means that we are having to make sure that they really have captured what we have been providing them. We have to inspire kids to learn, not just stand up and talk at them, but we have to make sure that they are successfully understanding what we're doing, what we're saying, and that they can demonstrate that in some sort of an assessment data. We also want to engage the students in grade level content and instruction. And then we're also establishing protocols at the TK level. We're establishing protocols that the kids are understanding why we assess, what we're assessing, and what it's for. Today was an IEP I participated in, and the TK teacher was explaining to the parent how she is working with the students for them to understand certain things as far as language arts, mathematics, et cetera. So the parents are becoming very, very aware of what we're doing at the TK level, and that will manifest itself in the kindergarten and 1st grade level and beyond. We have a very wonderful community and culture at the school, and we have programs. There's a coffee with the principal, school site council. There was a participation in the Newark Days Parade. The academic nights, there was family coding was recently that Lenore raised her hand. Lenore was organizing that for us, we're very happy. We have a parent club. They had the bike walk, roll day, family board game night, ice cream social. We have a Think Together program that's there every day after school. And these are for parents that work, and they would like to have the school have a program that is going to be there to help them so that when they pick them up after work, the students have a place that is safe for them. And I think that's on the agenda for tonight for you to consider. We have school events that you can read for yourself that have been in place for a number of years. We have had exciting things happening at various grade levels. The TK classes had the family bee farm come, and they'd made a visit, and the students learned about bees and how they work and how they interact, etc. At the first grade level, there was a Crab Cove experience in which they went out. This is going back, I think in the month of March, they did the Crab Cove. And then we had authors that came to visit the school, and Mr. Awesome Great Day was the book that was being highlighted by the author in the cafeteria. We have, the second grade had a mock presidential election. We do not know what the results were when they did them, but they had their mock presidential election. And then we had a Read Across America week in which there was celebration of reading, language arts for all students in every grade level. And we want to thank you for allowing us to highlight the Birch Grove Primary School.
Thank you.
Okay. And I will return this to you.
Member Hill and then Member Block. We've got a couple of questions and comments for you.
Dr. Bernard, thank you for coming and thank you for all you do.
Thank
Just
you.
one quick question. You mentioned that you've been making progress in, I think you've taken suspensions down to 0. I don't recall what the exact date on the slide, but could you just comment a little bit on the things that you're doing to achieve that?
Well, two things. We're working with parents when the students misbehave, and sometimes the youngsters are, well, they're little. Some of them who are in the TK program are not old enough to go to kindergarten, so then TK program. And there's some very basic things that they have not learned yet. And so sometimes they become disruptive in the classroom. And by working with the parents, we're able to have the parents remind them of what we want them to do and to know. When we have students that are even a little bit more aggressive like that, then we have to do other things by working with parents. I've had a number of parent conferences where the youngster and I and the mom or the dad, and in one case it was both of them, we talked through what I saw. And then the parents go, that's not right, you shouldn't be doing that. And the youngster realizes that I'm like the extension of the home in the school. And so that's proved to be successful for a lot of the students.
I think it's great that you're having real conversations and establishing a human connection and solving the problem at that level. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really great to hear about the positive climate at the school, all the progress that's being made, the awesome field trips and guest speakers that have attended. I had a quick question regarding the English learner progress, which seems to be maybe like an area of growth for the school. What do you think is maybe getting in the way with regards to English learners making more progress, and what support do you think staff might need in order to get a higher percentage of our English learners making progress for next year?
Well, my doctorate's in multicultural education, so thank you for asking the question. I can go on for probably a half hour. But the issue is that students who are in the process of acquiring English also have support at home in a language, and sometimes that language is English or limited English or English by himself, but the child is not able to work well in English. The way in which works best is when the student is having consistency as far as the language arts instruction, number one. Number two, professional development for the teachers. And one of the first things I had on the slide as far as things that we have to work on is the acquisition of ways in which teachers can improve how they are working with students who are in the process of acquiring English. All students are capable of learning, and all students can learn, and they can learn another language, and if the home language is Hindi or Tagalog or Mandarin or whatever, they can still learn another language. Adults can too, and adults should actually. So professional development is a way of getting teachers to be more comfortable and successful, and then consistency of instruction in the classroom is the other way of working at work.
Awesome. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Dr. Bernard, I really appreciate the presentation, and also I know you're the dynamic duo with Mr. Pat Irby down there, so really appreciate your you being here today. Just wanted to mention that the minute that you walk onto your campus, Birch Grove, you feel the culture. You feel that it's celebrated. You feel the families. That is something that we need to really focus on for us to really bring in more families, but to make it to be a role model, right? TK, second grade, the participation is there. I mean, the results are, from my ready, are looking promising. They're looking great. But this is something that we really appreciate as being on this side, really to see, the progress and also the success that you guys are having. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And going back to your comment about as a family, when I was at Birch Grove Intermediate 4 years ago, there was also a family spirit from the parents that were there and the staff there that was, and the board president was there as one of the teachers who create that family spirit with students. And so it is something that is present. When I was at Schilling a couple years ago, there was also a family spirit there with the kids. And it's something that can continue as there is more support from the community for public education. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we move on to 11.2, which is the letter from Alameda County Office of Education regarding the 24-25 second interim budget reports.
Thank you. Before you this evening is the letter that we received from the county confirming that we have, with their comments regarding our second interim, and also some of their ongoing concerns that they have as they are sharing, I think, with many of our school districts across Alameda County. And then with this, it also is attached to this second interim budget report is also the AB 1200. And you'll see that that's item in another matter. The letters came together. It was one report that came to us, so I have them in both sections.
Great, thank you very much.
There's no action needed, it's just an informational item.
Okay, thank you so much. Off to new business. 12.1 is RFP 002-900-25 legal services for the 7-Eleven committee.
Yeah, thank you. Before you this evening, we had two of our board members who represented our legal service. They attended our legal service interviews that we did for the 7-Eleven committee. We had a number of responses that came in for the RFP. We had 4 firms that acknowledged and showed interest in helping to serve Newark Unified School District. The 2 board members did interview all 4, and I will let them lead this conversation with their observations and their recommendations.
Great. Thank you. That would be Member Thomas and Member Hill, I understand.
Okay. Yes. It was a very, very good group of firms that offered to give us proposals. They were all very good. We could have chosen any one of them. The one that we're going to be... No, we're not going to disclose. So we're not going to disclose. We're going to bring and hope a vote next time. If there are any questions or concerns by the board, we could do some further research. But the firm that we will be recommending really stood out in that they had a whole menu and they had a schedule that they would take the 7-Eleven committee through beginning with the process of helping prepare the applications, making sure that we had equity across the community members that are part of the 7-Eleven committee. They would help prepare the agenda. They said what they would do at each meeting, including training. The one issue that they all suggested and that we felt the board needed was a workshop where we would set the goals and the parameters for the 7-Eleven committee so that when the 7-Eleven committee is working and when this firm is helping guide them, they know exactly what we want as a board to accomplish.
Yeah, I think that Member Thomas has covered most of it. Just to emphasize, all the bidders, all the vendors, I think were very qualified, and they each had unique perspectives, and appreciate Superintendent Vicar in bringing forward a really strong group. But there definitely was one that stood out in our mind, and so we want to share more of that in a follow-up meeting. But just to emphasize, I think that one of the parts that we communicated to all the vendors was that we wanted to have this be a very open and transparent process, and we wanted to get lots of input from the appropriate stakeholders, and that, as Member Thomas had indicated, that we wanted, and this was also feedback we were getting from the vendors, that we really wanted to start with the board and having some kind of workshop to really have discussions around goals and priorities, so that would then guide and then shape the scope of ultimately what the 7-Eleven committee would do. And rather than just dive into the weeds and maybe miss certain things, or maybe ultimately make a mistake in priorities and have to come and retract that. So we talked about having a very robust process, and we're looking forward to bringing this back ultimately with information for a recommendation and a vote.
Thank you.
I just want to thank the board members for spending their evening and doing such a wonderful job in interviewing the represented law firms. All the law firms gave us very valuable information, and I agree with Member Thomas. I think any one of them would have made an excellent service for Newark Unified School District. And I love the idea of us having a workshop where we can really sit there and define some of the things that we really want the 7-Eleven committee to really do. That would really help and support the decision-making moving forward. And then we also had maybe perhaps a conversation that maybe this might be combined also with some other property-type discussions that need to happen in that same conversation as to which properties are being discussed, whether it's all the properties, specific properties, are there timelines to bring back the other ones? So that will give us that opportunity with the entire board to be able to do that. So very exciting times, and definitely it'll be very labor intensive in some ways, but also exciting to know that this gives us our chance to kind of move forward and think how we can utilize our properties to help and support the educational goals here at Newark Unified School District. So I just want to thank our two board members for your time.
Thank you. All right. 12.2, public disclosure for tentative agreement, AB 1200 between NUSD and CSEA Chapter 208.
Thank you. As shared with you earlier, this is an item that came from the county office. It was combined with our second interim report. The AB 1200 confirmed that we do have the funds available for the next 3 years to be able to offer the raise that we did to our classified employees. And so I would ask that, let's see, this is the recommendation of the Board of Education approve resolution number 242542 and to take action to I'm sorry, I've got the wrong one. My apologies. I somehow skipped a page.
12.2, I believe, is just showing the AB
1200 meets the obligations.
And 12.4 is the actual resolution itself.
Thank you. Thank you. There is no action needed, I don't think, on AB 1200 for you to take. Just make sure. I'm sorry, we do recommend the Board of Education approve the tentative agreement. and AB 1200 for the classified union.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the tentative agreement.
Okay, may I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. And do the start voting, please. All right. I'm sorry, what?
I didn't get a chance to even vote. It just automatically showed as a thumbs up. Is this the?
Oh, you have to push, you have to,
Is this the last vote?
is this, I can just start the vote over. We'll just, okay, and start voting again. There we go. I apologize if that was the case.
That's correct, because the last one was 87.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I didn't even notice that was up there, so thank you for that. All right, and that is with 6. Thank you. All right, we are on to, we're now on to 12.3, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, ratify the collective bargaining agreement between NUSD and the CSEA Chapter 208 for the 24-25 school year.
Thank you. Before the board this evening is the ratification vote to ratify the collective bargaining agreement with our CSEA Chapter 208 for the raise of 1.75 on schedule and 1.75 off schedule.
Right. May I have a motion for the agreement?
I move that we ratify the agreement.
I second.
All right, Thomas moves and Anguiano seconds. And we can take the vote.
I didn't.
All right, hang on. Let me just start it over. The difference between when you voted and when you haven't voted is like, it's really hard to distinguish. It goes from white. All right. There we go. 6 ayes, thank you. Resolution 2024.25.42, final classified layoff resolution.
Thank you. Before the board this evening is our final resolution to lay off and to approve the layoff of the final action to reduce the number of classified employees for the 25-26 school year due to lack of funds and or lack of work.
Ask a question.
Yes.
I just wanted to elevate the question that was raised by former board member Nguyen regarding the way in which these layoff notices were kind of listed in terms of employee numbers as opposed to like positions. Is there any way that could be modified, or is there a particular reason why it was framed in this way prior to approving these particular layoff resolutions?
Yeah, so we worked very closely with our legal counsel in preparing these documents, and these were the way that they were prepared. In order for us to be able to meet the requirements underneath the education code. I'd have to go back to see if there's other ways that we can add some additional things in here at a future date, but I don't have those now, and it would require us to have a special meeting for me to go back to be able to ask that legal question. I don't have that answer today.
And if I'm understanding correctly, these need to be approved before May 15th.
That's correct.
Okay. So is it something that we could look into for future
Absolutely.
future discussion and just to add transparency?
And I understand the piece about the budget positions and looking at what the positions are and the approximate salary or an average salary that might be used.
Thank you.
Okay. May I have a motion for this, please?
I'll make a motion to approve item 12.4.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, let's. Thank you. All right. I'm watching the number now at the top so I can see that it's 90 and know that we're moving forward. All right. Thank you very much. That passes with 6 ayes. All right, as we move to 12.5, Resolution 2024.25.43, final certificated layoff resolution.
Thank you. This resolution is before you this evening. The recommendation is the Board of Education approve resolution number 2024-2543 to take final action to reduce the number of certificated employees for the 25-26 school year due to the reduction in particular kinds of services.
Any questions? Okay. May I ask for a motion for 12.5?
I make a motion to approve the 12.5 resolution, 2024-25.43.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Block. And a vote, please. Thank you. 6 ayes. All right, great. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to 12.6, we have a public speaker, Ms. Parks.
Good evening. So the title of this agenda item is Assistant Superintendent of HR Job Description. The background says the purpose is to hire and to fill the role of the interim superintendent of human resources. The background is in light of ongoing challenges posed by the declining enrollment and budgetary constraints, the district has faced necessary downsizing. However, it has become increasingly clear that many functions within the human resource department have not been operating at optimal level. So I'm a little confused on it saying that it's the Assistant Superintendent of HR job description, which is attached, but it says the purpose is to hire and fill the role of the interim superintendent of HR. The attached job description has the 2/02 date, which is what is posted online for this job right now. You have a job posted. So I'm just a little confused on exactly what this purposes of this agenda item, whether it's to perhaps, I think that you still, I don't think you've actually approved, you know, as a board have approved the Assistant Superintendent of HR as a job, because previously it was held by the Executive Director of HR, and maybe that is what the intent is here, is for you to acknowledge that you are now upping the level of that job title. But that's not what it says here. So again, I'm confused, and I hope you get clarification before you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So, are there other speakers on this matter? Or?
No, that was the only speaker on this one. Thank you.
Let me see if I can help with some clarification and some history. And I want to thank one of our board members for sharing this item with me and understanding that perhaps the job description never came forward. And going back and doing a little bit of history and some research, there must have been a discussion sometime around late January or early February that was directed to the former superintendent, Dr. De Leon, asking that she create this particular position. I was aware of the position before she exited from the school district. What I wasn't aware of is that that description was not already something that was already out there. And so when we brought in Chris Williams, I thought the description was already something that had been approved. Unaware that it was not. When it came to my attention here recently, I wanted to bring the job description back to the Board of Education to be able to approve the job description as presented and just make sure that it was actually given the appropriate look over by all of you. So I hope that helps.
Thank you for the clarification. Question?
So to clarify then, this particular action item is just about approving the updated job description,
That's
not about
correct.
actually hiring or filling a role.
That's correct. We've not held the interviews yet for that particular position. We hope to hold those next Tuesday.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So we are approving the job description and more or less disregarding the purpose and background that is stated on this at this point. Is that clarified for everyone at this? Okay. So may I have a motion to approve the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources job description?
I move to approve the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources job description.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Thank you. And we'll start voting for this. All right, thank you. We have 6 ayes. There it is. All right, thank you. There it goes. All right. 12.7. Ms. Parks would like to speak on 12.7 as well before we begin that discussion.
Good evening. I'm presenting the board with, hold on. Sorry. I'm presenting the board with a packet of documents detailing my concerns regarding the district's relationship with Renault Clark Architects. In February and March of 2024, there were discussions and concerns about the cost and construction of the Newark Memorial High School track and field project and the Kennedy Elementary fence project. At the time, Deputy Superintendent CBO Vakar indicated she would have these projects reviewed by a firm. In March in 2024, she entered into an agreement with Renault Clark Architects for 4 tasks under a single $49,000 purchase order. These tasks are as follows. Number 1, to update the district master facility plan, $28,100. Number 2, report on constructability issues at Newark Memorial High School track and field project, $6,100. Number 3, feasibility study for modular building on sanctuary property for early childhood education / immersion program, $8,000. Constructability review of the Kennedy Elementary fence project, $6,800. These agreements within a single purchase order were neither approved nor ratified by the board. In May 2024, the board approved contracts for the track and field fence projects. However, Renault Clark's involvement extended beyond these tasks. A September 11th, 2024 email from architect Christopher Bohonigan to the CBO Jose Quintana, which I included in your packet, discusses not only the 4 current projects, but included 5 future projects. It's also important to note that the Form 460 Receipt Committee campaign statement for the Measure O discloses a $25,000 contribution from Renault Clark Architects received on October 11th, a month later, of 2024. Does this contribution fall within the pay-to-play conflict of interest language? I have included an article from the California School Board Association about SB 1439, which indicates it does. I believe these issues raise significant concerns. Renault Clark Architects provided $49,000 worth of services on 4 tasks and was paid without board approval or ratification. The firm was engaged in discussions about future projects just prior to contributing to a school bond campaign that would include these projects. Their detailed involvement in the updated master facility plan and site tours gives them unfair competitive advantage when future RFPs are issued. These actions cast doubt on the fairness, transparency, and integrity of the district's procurement processes. The ongoing relationship with Renault Clark Architects appears to blur the lines between professional services and ethical boundaries, raising questions about fairness, transparency, and adherence to both legal and ethical standards. I believe it is imperative for the board to address these concerns, demonstrating its commitment to maintaining integrity in all district operations. This is not just about compliance with policies and regulations. It is about safeguarding of our trusting community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So for 12.7, measure bond priority list.
Thank you. Toy, are you able to pull up this list? Thank you.
They already discovered that. That's what they said last time. There were papers that was a loose wire. Probably the dongle needs to be fixed. That would be my guess.
Boy, it's sure sensitive, isn't it?
Do you want to try the computer and see if it's the computer that's the issue?
It's probably the is it the dongle that's off? Man, I got cold in here.
It's so sensitive.
It's like, oh, no. Big letdown.
It's like it wants to do it, but.
Okay, we need a quick few-minute break. We need like a Can you?
Format. What we have done is we've added some of the project list pieces that are on there. Karen, are you able to pull up the actual list of, there we go, that's what I'm looking for right there, that priority list. Great, thank you very much. So this is a very high elevated level of looking at our projects. It's not a deep dive into the actual assessment of what's actually needed to be done, but a very good level of the necessary things based on the architects doing a walkthrough, working with our staff, listening to our schools, and hearing about the priorities that are happening with our district as far as in our school sites, as far as what's actually happening on the schools. The very first set of priorities really looked at health, wellness, safety type issues that need to be addressed now, and some very long-term maintenance issues that have gone beyond the Band-Aid approach of fixing something. They really need to have more work that needs to be done with them. And so what we've done is we've tried to prioritize by offering you 4 different priority levels of projects that need to be done. The total dollar amount exceeds the amount of our school bond. You can see that the total amount for projects is over nearly $500 million, and we only have a $205 million bond. So we can't do everything in this particular bond, but we definitely need to do the things that make the most sense and have the highest need. And so staff, along with the architects, and doing the walkthroughs and taking a look and also reviewing some of the documents on the type of maintenance that's been done on some of the projects that are listed by school site are shared with you here. There's also within this document some visionary things that we heard from our community, things that they wanted to be able to see that they have inside the school bond. But we also know that one of the things that we really talked about was making sure that for the things that we've been putting Band-Aid approaches on, things that had outlived their equipment time, that we need to go back and go take a look at those. So if we could go to the first slide, number 3. The first slide is for Schilling. And before Schilling, you see here the first priority, the second priority, the third, and fourth. These are not set in stone. These are a conversation for us to have here this evening, and for us to be able to go back and do any kind of modification work that might need to be done and be able to bring back to you before we'd ever issue a bond. But what staff wanted to do was truly provide to you a good look at what needs to be done. First and foremost, across all of our sites, you're gonna see number 1 for all of us is the fire alarm upgrades that need to be done, any kind of perimeter fencing that provides safety for our students. And then also looking at the public address systems, the PA systems, to be able to work on communications for our school sites. Additionally, you'll see access control and keyless entry by being able to use a swipe card to be able to enter and be able to lock down things when necessary. You'll also see things in here for all of our elementaries. You're going to see, I think for the majority of, if not all, you're going to see the NPR. The NPRs were built underneath another project many, many years ago. When it was built, the engineering on it did not take into consideration some of the drainage that was occurring on the top with the roofs. As a result, water has leaked down between the walls. And Travis, please feel free to jump in and help me with this conversation, because I know you've been out there and you've been looking at this. Yep. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, exactly like you said, it's ongoing issues in the multi-use rooms. Pretty much what happens currently and what's been going on for quite some time is every time it rains, water's getting literally in between the stucco and the sheetrock and actually flooding the entire NPRs. So we're having to suck up the water, and obviously we have big issues going on inside the walls.
There was, at some point, the district did authorize to have some work done to try to remediate that. That work was not successful. We need to do more than just that. It really has to do with how the drainage and everything works. So that's an expensive fix, but one that's really important, something that's used every single day by our school sites, and recognizing that this is a piece that they have a lot of concerns with. It's also popping up a lot of the tiles that are happening, and also creates just kind of a climate inside that NPR room that we would want to go off and try to mitigate. So those are some of the reasons why these are on the majority of our elementary schools. You'll see very similar elements on here. The other thing that we've done on here is that we've actually added exterior painting and also shade structures. And we can go through each of these if you'd like, or if you'd like to stop here and maybe ask some questions. How would the board like me to proceed?
I have a comment or a question. This was really helpful as I was going through and looking at
I looked at the other document as well, but being able to really see this by school, the priority 1, 2, 3, and then the overall also for priority, the first page. I know we're looking at BGPs right now, but looking at the intro, that page 2, this one, kind of gives us an idea of what each school site is in need of. On the priority 1, I was looking at, like you talked about, the fire. Well, now that you're on this page, can you just roll to page? Yeah, thank you. So we've got the fire alarm upgrades. We've got the MPRs. Would it be possible for us to get, like as a line item across the district so that we know what's the fire alarm upgrades going to cost to have that at all sites? I mean, I can go through and I could do this, but is that something that you could do for us so that we can see, like, okay, the fire alarm upgrades are going to cost this much across.
For the consistent projects that are across the
So
board.
it's a consistent project across the board, because to me it seems really important that we look at this methodically, that we don't just say, oh, well, we're going to do this one at Schilling and we're going to do that one at BGP and we're going to take care of this over here, but that we really look at the fire alarms, the MPRs, any kind of, I know that some of them I was seeing, just the restrooms and things. So, but
split it up by item.
But split it up by item. I mean, it's really helpful to see by site what it is, but then also by item, it would just give another perspective that could be really beneficial for us to make some really sound decisions.
Yeah, we could build a chart much like the one that's on page 2 right here.
Yes.
Kind of just going through, district-wide to do each item at all the schools.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, please.
So Travis, maybe something that we could take a look at are the ones that we know that we'd be going out for, RFPs on, that we would want to be, consolidating the projects together. Maybe perhaps we could group them that way to be able to help with the conversation a little bit. But we definitely want to make sure that you get a first look at this and have a chance to kind of take some time to look at this. This is going to be an important element, because if you're going to go out for bonding, we have to figure out exactly what is the dollar threshold. We had talked about 30 million, but as you can see in the first priority across the board, it's closer to 60 million that we really need to do in the first round, which means we'd have to do all that work in 3 years. Right. Now, it's possible, because when you look at being able to consolidate some of the work, you're going to be going out for bids with the contractor, with engineers, to be able to sit there and work on all similar type projects. So in some ways, it's not as daunting as I initially maybe thought it might be, because there are so many consistent projects that we did note as we started really doing our dig and looking at what the priorities were to be able to help and support these buildings, so that we're not constantly putting Band-Aid approaches onto them.
The other comment that I have on that would be, if there's a school site that it's not as critical for, that would be good to asterisk. I'm looking at McGregor, and we've talked about the possibility of, maybe moving Bridgepoint, in which case we don't want to say we're going to go for this $3.5 million and dump into there, and then in a year, maybe 2 at the longest, that we pull out after we don't want to put the money into it if that's the case. So it would be important to kind of, for us, I think, to think about that kind of piece to this as well. So but I loved seeing this by priority. If we could see it by the line item, that would be awesome.
Yeah, not a problem.
Thank you.
President Hill has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm looking at the wrong screen.
So, Board, I'm troubled regarding item 12.7, bond measure O priority list. And I'm so troubled that I decided that I was going to assemble a written statement to make sure that my key points came across. So when we last spoke about this topic, and this was probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we discussed how prior facility improvement lists had been assembled in a very non-transparent fashion with little input from the sites. I specifically asked that for this go-around we do it right, and we have significant dialogue with the sites regarding what is needed, with site representatives themselves coming before the board in person here in open session to discuss their requests. Sadly, this has not happened, and now we're being served at the 11th hour with a priority list emerging from a process which appears opaque at best. More troubling, we, the board, received an email communication last night from a community member, Ms. Cindy Parks, indicating that a secret process coordinated by one of our vendors, Renault Clark, has been afoot since last September to begin putting together this list under the board's noses. When we hired Renault Clark in May of last year, it was only to provide architectural services related to the track and field project and the Kennedy Fence Improvement Project. Yet, according to the email that was forwarded to us, it appears that Renault Clark has been coordinating and spearheading projects that we, the board, never authorized. Please allow me to read a couple of examples from this email. So this was sent by a representative of Renault Clark, Christopher Bohigian, sent to Jose Quintana. So, and this was in September 11th of last year, talking about current projects. So there was Kennedy Fence, there was the Newark Memorial Track and Field, but then we had on here Sanctuary Property Feasibility Study. And it says, Chris confirmed that we have an executed contract for this feasibility study. We, the board, never discussed this. We never authorized this. And then there was another project here, Facilities Assessment. Chris confirmed that we have an executed contract for this assessment. We never discussed or authorized for anybody to be going out and looking at our facilities at this point. And it says here a 2-page executive summary was forwarded to Bill O'Lean for use by the bond consultant working with the district. And it says here that Chris, the person who's the author of this email, inquired on the status of the bond committee. And then we have other projects here, Snow Campus Demo, and we're talking about how it's an imminent need. And then there's a statement here that says that the goal is leaving only the existing slabs intact for sale to a private entity. We never discussed any of this. So this is really concerning. So not only did we not authorize any of these additional projects, including the facilities assessment at that time, but we have never been briefed on their status. Furthermore, it appears that Renault Clark has been using this secret process to lay the groundwork for a litany of potential projects we are being presented with this evening. And Renault Clark was actively coordinating with our bond consultant and exploring potential projects where they might be the future beneficiary. And even more troubling, while they were doing all of this, at the same time, they were contributing $25,000 to our bond campaign in violation of Senate Bill 1439, which outlaws pay-to-play activities in school districts. And I will tell you, people do not give that kind of money unless they expect something in return. So in my mind, as a result, from what we're learning, it seems to me that this whole process has been tainted and has allowed self-interested vendors and others to drive strategic district priorities that are the board's exclusive purview. Consequently, based on where we are right now, I would like to suggest that the board ask that this agenda item be brought back to the next meeting and we vote to do a reset on this process. I would also like to suggest that we agendize the following discussion/action items. So number one, we have any vendors who have contributed money to our bond campaign wrap up their existing contracts and going forward be banned from doing business with the district. So that's number one. Number two, we ask that an RFP go out to hire a Measure O project manager/consultant to coordinate all future bond-related facilities projects, and that we have all RFP respondents make a presentation to the board in open session, and the board cast their votes to select which vendor will play that role going forward. Number three, we redirect the new project manager to re-engage with the school sites, and over the course of multiple discussions, not just one walkthrough, have the sites develop their individualized site priorities and have the site representatives present those priorities and recommendations to the board in open session. And then finally, number four, in parallel, we authorize a limited first round bond offering targeting one critical project. So I would say we got a bunch here, but let's pick one. We could pick air conditioning, whatever it is. And while the project manager is working with the sites and the board, and so this would go on while the project manager is working with the sites and the board and helping to develop a revised priority list and potential project delivery plan, which would include resource estimates, cost estimates, and timelines. So in conclusion, that's your alarm. In conclusion, I believe the board must be mindful that we are the fiduciary and steward of the public's money. And in the case of the bond, that amounts to $200 million plus. And with that in mind, I want to end by reading guidance from California's Public Contract Code. So this is the beginning of California's Public Contract Code. It states, "It is the intent of the legislature in enacting this code to achieve the following objectives. Number one, to clarify the law with respect to competitive bidding requirements. Number two, to ensure full compliance with competitive bidding statutes as a means of protecting the public from misuse of public funds. Number three, to provide all qualified bidders with a fair opportunity to enter the bidding process, thereby stimulating competition in a manner conducive to sound fiscal practices. And then finally, and most importantly, to eliminate favoritism, fraud, and corruption in the awarding of public contracts." So that's my perspective. And again, I really feel that this process is flawed, and I think that we need to do a reset on it. Thank you.
Just to echo what Member Hill just mentioned, we do need to preserve the integrity, like Ms. Parks went ahead and mentioned earlier, in regards to having clarity on the projects that we currently have, especially when it has to deal with, the community's bond of the money itself. So I agree. I reside with you on that. I really think that we should be a part of authorizing and especially just having a timeline, right, to see what exactly it's happening. So, let's go ahead and just pulling back the item would be ideal to review it. Thank you.
Can I make a comment, please? Yes. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you have all the facts. And I don't think Mrs. Parks has all the facts on this particular matter. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of frustrated by listening to some of what I'm hearing here this evening. I would like the opportunity to be able to talk to you a little bit about timelines and how all of this actually came about and what it looks like and how it works. Because I think a different picture has been painted here that's very unfair. I think it's very unfair to the architects that stepped in at the request of the district. So if you'd allow me to please just spend a few minutes sharing a little bit of history about the timelines about what happened. Back in February last year, we had a conversation up here at the board because I was most concerned about the conditions of our facilities. They literally were falling apart. We had one of the largest storms in the history up here last year in February. At that time, we were underwater. Some of you may recall that we even had a light pole that fell down into the pool. We were underwater over at some of the facilities, and I was most concerned about whether or not our facilities were actually going to hold up. Not only that, you have a number of restrooms at your school sites that are closed. They've been closed for years. You've heard our students talk to you about the conditions that they actually go to school in. It is not good. It is very concerning. The board at the same time also had concerns with some of the other projects that were going on here in the district that were done well before I ever got here. One of them being the track and field project, which I went back and did a review. I had some major concerns. I shared that with the board, and we brought those findings forward to you to share with you, how we could keep the project on schedule and closer to the actual price versus having an inflated price. And we worked really hard to make that happen. At that time, when the board made a decision that we could start looking at a study for the bond, no decision yet had been made for the bond, we were looking at the study. In that, there were a lot of different things that were being said to me and to Dr. De Leon during that time period. There were questions about what might happen with sanctuary, which had to have something put on it by a certain date. At that time, I thought it was an actual contract. Later on, I discovered it was actually an MOU. But I didn't know that at the time back in February. So let me just back up a little bit and think about that for just a moment because that added to this. Yes, ma'am? May I clarify, you're talking 24, not 25. Is that correct? We're talking 2024.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you. Yes, you asked about the year. Sorry, I went back to my agenda item. The other thing that I was most concerned about at that time, besides the track and field, was also we had the Kennedy Fence project that was also happening. It was one of the other projects that was concerned and that was related to me. In order to be able to do the study and be able to do some of the work that needed to be done for the bond, we had to ask for the master plan to be updated. That includes some new laws that need to be put on there and to be able to sit there and kind of do a review of the project list. That does not mean that Round and Clark have access to being able to do these projects. As a matter of fact, these projects will have to go out for bid, will have to go through a formal process, and they will have to follow the uniform codes to be able to make sure that those things are done. We're talking about very large dollar amounts. That's not what we were looking at when we were sitting here talking about, making this happen. So the original scope of work that I asked Round and Clark to do back around late February, early March, I think it was like one of my few conversations I had with them, but I was also reaching out to several other architects as well, was to see if they could do this work for us so that we could find out a little bit more information. I still didn't know whether or not the board would even agree to do an actual bond. You guys still needed to have more information. Staff needed to have more information, and I was trying to learn and discover. And that's exactly what this was. This was an exploratory piece that we were sitting there looking at. It was for staff to be able to have a better understanding based on all the concerns that were being flooded into Dr. De Leon and to myself during those first couple of months in 2024. I don't feel bad that I authorized a $49,000 contract to be able to look at 4 different elements that had concerns. One of them has resulted in being able to bring in a much better price so that we can do the track and field, which will be completed here real soon. I'm excited about that, and we followed all the right kinds of things. We went out for bid. We got a contractor. We did all the right kinds of things with that. We had a presentation here in the boardroom. I'm sorry that there was not a better understanding that the idea of being able to look at the master plan from a very high-level lens, it's not a deeper dive, and it wasn't doing a whole brand-new plan. A brand-new plan would cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars, which last year, we didn't have that kind of money. We were $14 million in debt. I was trying to figure out how to bring this together, how to make this work, and see if it was even feasible for us to even have a bond. I don't feel bad about what I asked for the architect to do. I don't feel bad about the work that's been done. I'm sorry it's being portrayed this way. I'm actually a little disappointed that you wouldn't ask me a few more questions because we worked really hard to make sure that that bond would pass. Yes, Round and Clark gave a very nice donation. They did not know if that bond was going to pass. Matter of fact, the survey said that the bond would only pass by about 66%. And it passed, I'm sorry, 56%. And it passed significantly higher. I am rattled by this discussion. I'm disappointed. I most definitely would like to have a longer and bigger discussion. I don't mind putting off doing a bond moving forward on that, but if you want to push back the bond, there's other work that needs to be done. But I will tell you, you have a lot more work that has to be done, and you've got significant problems with your facilities. Significant problems. Do not underestimate the fact that we are struggling to make that happen and to make sure that school is safe for our kids each and every day. The board's going to be making some tough decisions here over the next year, no doubt. You need to have the facts. You need to have the information. We need to do proper RFPs. We do need to go out for a project manager. I absolutely love that idea. We do not have the staff capacity to be able to help and support you through all the projects that have to happen here without having that happen. The good news is the bond will help pay for some of that work that needs to be done and to be able to have a project manager. And we need a good project manager. We need to do a process. And I've been trying to show you that we can do our RFPs, RFQs in a much better way. I think you've seen that. You experienced it just this past couple weeks here with what we did with the architects. If you want some more information as to whether or not this is pay to play, I think those are some other questions that we can go back and try to answer. But I don't think, there's also other rules too attached to that. Is it sitting out and waiting a certain amount of period of time before they can go off and do projects? There are rules and regulations. I am not completely briefed on them. I tried to learn about them a little bit more today when the information was brought to me that this was a concern. But I think it's important for us to have a healthy discussion about what's needed for our kids and for our facilities. And our facilities are garbage. I don't know how else to say it to you. They're in bad shape. And I want to thank the MOT team for all that they do to try each and every day to keep it maintained. I want to thank the site staff for what they do to be able to maintain and try to keep it going. It's difficult, and they're doing it under difficult conditions. And you might want to sit back and sit there and think that you know about what's going on because you've had one community member that's grabbed a couple of CPRAs from us and they see a small lens of what was said. I can't completely capture that, but I can tell you that's not the discussions that we've had in the executive sessions. And so it makes sense to me, like when I read some of the things that were inside those letters as to the work that we were asking to do, is we're looking at this work and trying to figure out what is a priority and what needs to be done. I can understand why some of those conversations took place. I can also see maybe how it was misinterpreted. But I think it's important for me to sit there and say something right now because I gotta tell you something. A year ago, things were really, really bad. They're actually looking up. You guys have passed a $205 million bond. You get to make decisions to be able to help your schools become in better condition. And I'm really glad you get to make those decisions. Our budget's doing better. We can actually offer a little bit for raises and be able to help our employees who've done a really great job. And you're actually starting to see some academic achievement. Those are some really big things that have happened here in the district, and I don't want to be short-sighted on that, and I don't want to lose my North Star on what needs to be done to be able to help and support this district as you start to look for your new superintendent this coming year. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Member Lee, you had a comment, or you're on the list there?
Yes. I wanted to ask if we had reached out to the school sites and taken and asked like the principals there.
We have.
Oh, okay. And I just wanted to make sure
But
that.
I'd like to add something there because this is, go ahead.
I had one more question. And then for the fire alarm upgrades, is that also a #1 priority? Because maybe I'm wrong, but like as a student who attends Newark Memorial High School, like I feel like our fire alarms are working fine, but maybe like that's something that needs to be upgraded and like we don't know. But like I guess like I'm just worried from a standpoint that like after we go through all the priority 1 upgrades, like the work that like upgrades that'll actually kind of that will make a difference to our students, like our site upgrades, like for example like upgrades to our library, something that would make a direct impact on student life, we wouldn't have enough bond money left for them.
I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think we had to look really at the second and third level priorities in particular. Those were really where the heftier numbers are beyond the things that have to be fixed, which is what's inside priority 1. There is if you go to Newark Memorial High School site, you will see how things were listed out.
Let me drop down to
Any
that
of those
slide.
priorities could be brought forward. So I think it's on slide 9.
Further down, 10.
And middle school.
High school's right there.
Yeah, there you go. So you can see that there are other projects that we're sticking in there, like the aquatic center, like making sure that the aquatic center is caught up to speed. We recognize that the deck and the floor of the pool, all the plaster on the pool and the equipment needs to have an upgrade. It's necessary. It's past its age, it's past its prime. So that's actually been moved up because it's a high need, and because if you look at the pool, you'll see some of the rust that's actually coming up on the bottom, right? So the rebar is actually coming through. That's concerning. So we try to do our best to try to do a balance to be able to bring in all the various different projects, but definitely inside priority 2 and priority 3, I think there's a lot of flexibility as to what goes next. And I think there's a bigger discussion that still needs more time and needs to have more committee time, I think, invested in it. The priority 1 stuff that has to happen now, it really is like the immediate stuff that's really going to help and support the schools to have a safe environment type system. So the other thing about the fire alarms is that we want them to be consistent. We want them brought up to a modern segment with the fire department, right? So we want to make sure, we also want to make sure that monitoring is available, and also maybe some things that you don't know behind the scenes that maybe our director can share with you, our manager, is that, we get a lot of phone calls about sensors and things that go off like in the middle of the night. So those things happen on a pretty regular basis.
Yes, nightly.
Haven't had a good night's sleep, have you?
4 months, no. One thing I want to touch base on is priority one list was, and I want to touch base with the fact that the week of April 14th, I actually met with every single principal and every school site. We looked at, we actually didn't bring this list out. We sat down with them and asked them what their needs and wants are. And then we went ahead and wrote that down and brought out this list and then updated this list that we've been working on up until late yesterday. So priority one was, really from the school sites, but it's really the needs and not the wants. Fire alarm upgrades, it's not that we want a new fire alarm, it's not that we want a new fire alarm, it's that we need a new fire alarm. There's lots of trouble codes in the systems right now. We have false alarms going off. The high school itself, since I've been here, next week makes 4 months, it's gone off 10 times in the middle of the night, randomly. So I just want to touch base and mention that priority list one is, majority of what's on that list is not wants, it's more of needs.
And
Okay,
I don't want to denigrate work that's been done. But what I think is really important here is that the customer, okay, and in my mind, the customer are the sites first and foremost, but also it's the board establishes what the priorities are. And when we did this facilities master plan many years ago, there was a very robust process that went into place with multiple committees, with multiple discussions. But respectfully, and I know that we're feeling under the gun in terms of trying to potentially assemble something for a bond, but having one afternoon with one person at one site and then taking that input and then formulating it into a priority structure, which we really have no understanding. I mean, we haven't even defined exactly what priority one, priority two, priority three, et cetera is. And there's no ability for us to extract out, well, which are the site's priorities, right? Which are the district priorities? It's a very problematic approach. And the thing that I'm very concerned about with this list is, as I look at it, and I haven't even dived really deep into it, is with our board goals, what we say, what our North Star is academic outcomes. And we've talked about how that's the I mean, obviously, right, we're a school district. It's the most important thing that we need to be focused in on. And we know that this is the thing that's been holding back our district. And we've been doing a great job, as the superintendent has indicated, and we know that all the work that Ms. Allard and her team have been doing to make progress there. But in my mind, I don't see any priority here that's lined up with our goals. And I see very few, if any, projects here that are directly connected to academic outcomes. And I find that very problematic. And so I think that we need to do a reset. I think that we need to take a step back, because everybody's all worried about, oh, we got to get this list of projects in, and we got to get to roll them. But I mean, I think that you don't have the resources to execute on this stuff, right? I mean, if we were to go open the floodgates, you'd be swamped. And so let's eat the elephant in bites, right? So let's identify one that we know is really important and that everybody agrees is important. We tee that up as for the first round of the bond to be focused in on. But I think that we need to take a step back, and we need to have a much more inclusive, and I would say that it's not even just the sites too. I think that we need to include the parents at the site. They might have input into this. I think that we really want to get robust input to come up with this list. And then the other part that is really not laid out here, and this has been a problem in prior facilities improvement plans as well, is like, what can you actually tackle? right? And then, because there's going to have to be an even further gradation of this to say what resources do we have, and then how do we stage and funnel these things in, and so that's going to require a whole bunch of discussion. And so I would say, my suggestion is let's pull back, right? We don't have to do this all at once, right? We're building, we're building the future of Palace, right? We don't have to go try to do it. I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day, and I don't think that we need to be. I don't think we should be approaching it that way. Thank you.
Can I speak? My other question is, what would happen if we approve this today, or like?
It's
not
just
fair. We're just talking
it's
about
just a conversation today. It would actually come back. I was hoping to get more feedback
Yeah.
so I could kind of reassemble what that priority might be, looking at, what's really needed here in the next 3 years
Yeah.
that we need to work on. I don't disagree. I think we need to have a bigger discussion around what is really priority 2 and priority 3. I don't know that I disagree with that whatsoever, because I think that's really where the meat of the majority of the funds are going to be spent. The first amount that we're looking at is about $16 million to really take care of problematic type issues that I really think that you need to address for your schools.
Yes. And also, just one last thing. And also what you were mentioning earlier about how it relates to student academic achievement. Students have to go to classes in these buildings, and if there's a leak in the roof in the building, it's obviously going to interrupt student instruction, like how the teacher instructs the student, the academic environment, and like the academic outcomes that it would eventually come out to. Like, it all depends on environment, and so it's really important to try and get these upgrades done well, and at least start with the priority 1 and do it as quickly as we can, because we can't wait.
And I think if you want to take priority, it doesn't matter what you put into the different venues there, but I think if you want to take priority 2, 3, and 4 and spend more time doing the study, we know what the needs are. The needs are now, we're hurting. And let me tell you something, there's a lot more that we wanted to put into priority 1, but we also wanted to be able to reserve back so we could have more enriched conversations. And so we really only took the things that really just can't go and wait any longer.
Yeah.
Okay, Member Block.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I guess a couple of things. I mean, I think, so many of these things are just related to basic student safety, which is a precursor to student achievement. If students aren't feeling safe at school, if the facilities are falling apart around them, then, it's going to be difficult to really make progress on our academic achievement goals. So I understand the need to prioritize these kind of safety-related measures. I mean, certainly I agree the more community feedback we can get, the better, from parents, from students, from teachers as we go through this process. And I guess it would just be great to maybe hear in upcoming meetings more about what the RFP process will look like. And I mean, I'm open to the idea of prohibiting anyone who contributed to the bond campaign from participating in the RFP process if that promotes transparency and ensures the integrity of the process. That could be a reasonable thing for us to request. But I think maybe if we can just kind of learn more about the RFP process, then that can help alleviate concerns about transparency and ensure that the process is one that has lots of community input and that leads to the upgrades that we all know we definitely need as a district.
Member Thomas.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of good work here. I like these lists. I was poring over them earlier today. And I think there's 2 sides to this. Sure, we want the input from the principals and the parents and the sites.
Absolutely.
And especially as it relates to the impacts of the facilities we have or the programs we have on their students. But we also need the experts like you, Travis, to really be leading the charge to identify those critical things that need to happen and need to happen soon, because they're a matter of safety, they're a matter of not dealing with them now could lead to even further degradation of our facilities. I would really like to see a quick start list of things that are absolutely necessary that we know we have to do, and that quick start list could add up to 30 million. I guess there's 60 million on this, 30 or 60 million, and start working on those, because starting to work on those will get the ball rolling, we'll get our systems in place in terms of how to go out for our RFPs and get good people in place and good firms in place to tackle these first, safety-related, infrastructure-needed projects. And that gives us a lot of time, because with Measure G, I was really disappointed because some of the projects kind of fell off the list. So I think we really need to spend the time, like Mr. Hill mentioned, to make sure that we get good input on priorities, set those priorities, and then scope them out over time. But we can start quickly, I think, with some projects based on the work that's been done here. So I appreciate the work you've done.
Okay, I'd like to just say, I, as a teacher in the district for 34 years, I look at these priority one things, and I think about, I'm just gonna go to the last one on the high school one, even though it wasn't an issue for me because I didn't teach high school, but I did teach the littles. And restroom fixtures, plumbing upgrades. When you have a kid in your class who refuses to use the bathroom because it's disgusting, or it's all the way at the other end because the ones between the classroom and the nearest open one are a mile away from each other and they can't get down there in time, that is a priority for a kid's academic development. Being able to have shade structures outside so they can enjoy being outside in that fresh air, which they definitely need because they need that break from four walls. But we also want to make sure that we're protecting them from the sun. HVAC, if you've got it, that priority one list, I look at that and I'm like, that 100% goes straight to student achievement, because those are all critical things that those kids need to have that safe environment. Just like what you said, it's creating the safe environment. That's what we need. And I appreciate the fact that you did go and sit with all the principals and walk the schools with them. And that it wasn't just you and the principal, but there were other members of that team that were doing that walkthrough to get this. And I'm sure that if you went and if we asked a principal, or I called a principal tomorrow morning and I said, do you agree with that priority one list on there for your site? I bet you $1 I'd get 100% agreement from the principals. Yep. So I do feel like those are important because they are creating that safe environment, which is the only way that students can learn. They have to have that environment. All right. Anyone else have a last minute comment? Member Lee.
Yeah. I also wanted to say thank you again just for being on top of it and just making sure we get the ball rolling for our bond measure O and not waiting, because the reality is that our students are going to our classes every single day with HVACs that might not be working, and bathrooms which don't have certain plumbing stuff, and it's not your guys' fault because it's just it hasn't been upgraded in a long time, and now we finally have that chance to actually upgrade these facilities at our sites. And so I just want to say thank you for that. And I cannot emphasize how important, how excited I am to finally start seeing these improvements at our sites, and not just waiting and talking and thinking about it, but actually seeing the action get done. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all your time and energy in this. We really do appreciate it. And we know that those 2 a.m., 3 a.m. phone calls are no fun. So we appreciate your 24/7 dedication to the district too. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. We are moved.
Get some clarification on some next steps. So
yes.
I don't know that I have real clarity here. I don't know if you want to put this into a workshop, if you want me to bring it back and try to work at, we tried to narrow down the most important things that were on that list. I was hoping to keep it to 30 million in the first straw. You've heard me talk about that a few times up here. It's closer to 60 million when we look at it. And I think those are things that we need to have a conversation about. I don't know if you want me to bring it back at the next meeting. Yes, Member Hill?
I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, so what I would really appreciate is that I always think it's important to scrub the list. And again, I'm unclear about how some of these things made it into priority one. And if you look at, for example, the high school, one of the priority one projects is the pool upgrade, right, for $4 million, right? And I have a hard time, right? Okay, but I have a hard time believing that that's the first thing that we need to work on, especially since we just spent $7 million on the track. And I think that one of the issues that we had in the past was a lack of equity across the sites, right? And and I think that that needs to be a priority this time, that we say, let's look at the other areas, at the other sites. I would say that that's maybe a priority one. And then secondarily is, maybe some of these other projects. But again, I think that we ought to scrub that list because, again, I'm not sure. And by the way, one of the challenges in that list is that the shade structures are portable, and so therefore they're not eligible for bond money, right? Isn't that
No,
right?
that's not correct. So we would actually be putting in shade structures that would meet the DSA requirements. What we have now is we have some temporary pop-ups that have been put out there that kind of came in with the pandemic that do not meet what we need to do. And we want to be able to put in a more permanent shade structure so that it's something that our students can really enjoy. They love being outdoors, especially at the elementary level and middle school. That outdoor space gives them a chance to be creative and be able to work outdoors, which they just love. They love being out there in the sunshine. They like eating their meals outside whenever possible. And I can tell you that was a high priority that we heard from, especially from our elementary schools, was the importance of the shade structures and having that there, because most likely the ones that are there are going to have to come down because they don't really meet what we need to do.
Yeah, I mean, so if it meets the definition of what bond money can be used for, and that's a priority that the sites have identified, and I think it is, then that's not an issue. But I would just like to suggest that again that we scrub this list and really make sure, because even with priority one, there's no way we can tackle all those projects. I mean, we'll be swamped.
I had my doubts, but I will say in talking with Travis, I don't know that that's true. I think if we sit there, especially some of the ones that have to be done kind of together, it's not, I mean, like, you can do like all your fire stuff together. That could be like one big project, right? So that can be done. If you're gonna do your restrooms though at the high school, you also have to do your plumbing. I think there's gonna be a piece that goes with that. So you've got problem there with pipes and with sewers and some other stuff that are going on that it needs to have the support and help to be able to make all those restrooms work correctly. So, but if you'll give us a chance to go back and kind of take a look at that again. And
Yeah.
Yes.
Excuse me, I recall that we were able to.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt. Member Lee, thank you so much for everything that you have given to the district. We know you have a big AP test tomorrow morning, so we wish you the best on that, and look forward to you popping back in and seeing us.
Thank you, Joy.
So thank you. Thank you.
And come back a lot after you leave.
We're going to hear about Berkeley.
Thanks. Thank you so much for everything. All right, Member Thomas, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I kind of interrupted, but what Member Hill said about, pulling together, that scrubbing the list resonates with me. I remember Measure G, or I think this was the Russian money, actually, that we painted every school in over the summer. And so things can be done quickly, I think, especially when they're like projects. Using maybe the same contractor that does all of the multi-purpose rooms.
I think you've got $150 million worth of projects that you really need to sit there and talk with your community about and talk with the schools as you prioritize 2, 3, and 4. But the number ones, as Travis mentioned, those are things that we need to do.
Yeah.
And if I may, my recommendation, if I may, is maybe we set up a study session to kind of go over this and just look at priority one, because I can sit here and pretty much explain to you guys why 90% of the items here are on priority one. I got multiple phone calls today from many different community members, teachers that were upset about this list, and I sat down and kind of explained to them a little bit why we made this decision. I had one particular community member that decided, since they live next to the school, that landscaping should be priority, and that they don't think that the sewer system should be replaced. Well,
Just wait till they start smelling it.
exactly. I mean, even going into that, and I won't bring up what school, but we have one school that literally a sewer line was leaking into a classroom when I started. That had been leaking for years. We have another school that there is a sewer pump that has failed and backed up in the parking lot. Currently, that pump is down. We have to spend about 2 hours a week to manually go in there and input the connections to manually flush that down. So my last comments would be is I have no problem doing a study session with the board, with the community, with anyone, to explain why we came up with this priority one list. Like I said, 90% of it, sitting with the school sites, with the principals, and literally walking the sites, this is what we came up with, and if we need more clarity, I'm willing to do so.
That would be terrific. I think the board would.
Yeah, appreciate it, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can we do that before the next meeting, have a special meeting?
I don't know that we can have it. I don't know.
Before the next meeting?
I don't think we can have a special meeting to do that before the next
I
meeting.
don't know that there's
There's not time. Okay. So I think we have I'm hearing that a study session would be really helpful to understand why that priority one list came about, and why those things are, critically on there.
I understand.
And so that's kind of what I'm hearing, is a study session would be really beneficial for all of us.
Then I will work with you to schedule a study session so that we can spend some time taking a closer look at their facilities. I would love to be able to have the conversation and share with you what my experience has been over the past year, and just, how much it's kind of, made me really want to push, why it made me push hard to be able to share with the community the importance of having the bond. And then also, I think just what it's going to do to help kind of alleviate our budget woes, because you're spending so much money on just putting Band-Aids on things, but not the real fixes. And that's going to help alleviate things that we want to be able to do for our kids, and also help with academic achievement. So those are some really important elements that I think we need to consider. I would like to be able to do a session sometime in June. I realize there's a lot of things that are happening, but I think if we're going to go out for a bond, I don't want to push it back too much longer for us to be able to get the financing structure in place. Things are looking pretty good right now for us to go after financing times for this, and we have a really great credit rating that's sitting out there that will get stale dated. So I want to make sure that we move forward in the right direction to be able to help with that.
Okay. One last comment from Member Block.
Yeah, I was just I think echoing that. I don't think we want to wait too long to get the ball rolling, and I also don't think we want to put too many demands on Travis's time too. Just we really appreciate all that you're doing to get the ball rolling on so many different projects, and I know it's a ton of work. So, of course, we always want to learn more, but I also don't want to ask so much of you as to take your attention away from the projects themselves, which we really appreciate you taking the lead on. So, I agree with Superintendent Vicar that we do need to get the ball rolling on the first round of bonds, so that we can, then have those conversations and get to work on the safety needs that, that hopefully we can start addressing over the summer.
Okay.
And just one last comment connected to one other thing that we need to think about is that and President Jones had mentioned this, there is an intersection with the 7-Eleven committee, right? And so we may ultimately, if we're looking at our entire portfolio of properties, we may at some point discover that, maybe we want to repurpose something. And so we don't want to necessarily go in.
Maybe slow the roll.
Say it again.
Maybe slow the roll a little bit.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I hear you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. We are going to move on to 13.1. So Verizon cell phone tower license. Ms. Parks.
Good evening. So this is the Verizon cell tower lease, And this evening you have discussed the RFP for the legal services for the 7-Eleven committee for the district to evaluate all school district properties. Why would you lock yourself into a 40-year lease when you haven't determined what you intend to do with that property and for leasing it for $560,870 for 40 years? That would be the term. I think you're getting way ahead of yourselves, and it would be in the best interest to wait until after you've had a full evaluation of all of your assets and determine if this project is in the best interest of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Carr.
Thank you for the opportunity. Let me share a little bit of information. This actually has been before you before. Came back with a little bit more information. There are 3 options. You can do nothing and the cell towers go away. Their lease is coming up and it will not be renewed unless we take some sort of action. The action that you have before you is to be able to do a one-time payout, which I would not recommend because it does lock you into a deal that you can't get yourself back out of. If you do the 40-year deal, you can still be getting a monthly rate. We give a certain amount of notice. We should have enough planning time for us to be able to give sufficient notice to Verizon, but still be able to receive an income that would be coming back in. So my recommendation is that you do consider the lease so that you still have a continuous revenue coming in that would, help and support the district until a time that you need to make a decision to do something with that property. I think it's going to take us, no matter what we do with any property, a good year for us to sit there and look at that. So to be able to give notice and give sufficient notices, I think we can work with that. I think I can work with the contract to make sure that we can give a sufficient notice of time if we are going to do something different with our property.
Member Block.
So just to clarify, you're recommending what we see on here is option 2 of basically extending the current lease with a rent amount of $2,250 per month, and then we can kind of decide as needed from there.
That is what I'm recommending.
Okay, I mean that sounds reasonable, and then that money goes into the general fund or can be put into a savings account and things like that over the long run.
Yes.
Okay. I mean that makes sense to me. It seems like a good idea.
Anyone else? Nancy? Member Thomas?
When is our current lease up? They mentioned in their letter that.
The date. Ms. Croce, it just keeps rolling for now?
Yeah, so it's a.
Perpetual.
The lease is a 4-year renewal for 5 years, so it's basically a 20-year lease, and we're in the 3rd roll.
Okay, but they mentioned in the letter that, that we needed, that the lease would be coming up soon, but they didn't give a date.
So I think that was, remember, it was on previously.
Yeah.
So we didn't have, there's still a lot.
Ms. Croce, I'm going to ask you to come forward so we actually get this on the microphone. So sorry.
Thank you.
On this tag.
Yeah, so to be fair, I'm kind of talking off of what I looked at. So my understanding is that the lease did come up for the new roll, so we're in the middle of the next 5-year roll. So, but Verizon is allowing us, if we want to do the payout up front, they're willing to continue to make that option available to us.
Okay.
But as of right now, and what you're saying is that you want to just go ahead and let the lease go as it was originally done in 2009, then you're already there, and they'll just pay us at the reduced rate. They reduced it just a little bit. They gave us enough notice. So that's where we're at. So it's either, basically it can continue where it's at. They went ahead and it rolled, but they allowed us the opportunity, if the board wanted to look at getting the payout, that option's still available to you. If that's not an option you want, I believe that we're already rolled.
Thank you.
So we're on the monthly.
So we're on the monthly.
Great.
Yeah, they never stopped that, so which is a good thing. So we've been continuing.
Okay.
It was just the buyout. They found that a lot of school districts did like the option of the buyout, so they wanted to make that offer.
So
So they've left that open, and if the board, whatever you choose, then we'll just work with them from there.
Thank you.
So just to make sure I understand, so you're saying that if we just let it roll right now, right? So we're on a contract, it's just going to roll over, and the amount might be decreasing a little bit.
Just slightly. I forget what the exact dollar
It
amount
was
was.
a couple hundred less, I think, if I
Okay.
recall.
Yeah, it was
But-
very little, and they, through the terms of the lease, gave us notice that they were reducing it, so they did their part.
And can we cancel at any time?
I would have to, that was the piece that, that I tried to dive into, and I can ask the representative how that goes. Verizon has the opportunity at the beginning of each renewal period to make changes. So I have to reach out to the representative and see what the district's options
And
are.
the reason why I asked this, and this is connected to the whole 7-Eleven committee, and we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but this is located at the middle school, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And so, one of the things that might come out of the 7-Eleven committee, because we've talked about how we might want to offer workforce housing to our teachers. And that could be a site that maybe gets identified, right? So obviously, first, the board needs to agree, yes, workforce housing is a priority, is a goal. So the board would need to provide that guidance. But if the board provides that guidance, then the consultants are going to look at all the options, and that might be a site. And so we just don't want to lock ourselves in and preclude.
And we would work with modified language to make sure that goes in there, that the board has the option to be able to pull out and be able to do it with like a year's worth of notice or something. But I'd like to be able to negotiate that with them.
Yeah, and there is language in the lease, again, off the top of my head, there is language in the lease about if you decide to sell. So, so if you guys want, so however you choose, Ms. Vicar will give me directions and I'll work with Verizon.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay.
All right, so as we look for a motion, I think we need to decide we're going to continue what we're doing, which is paying a monthly amount versus, or them paying us a monthly amount versus a 40-year buyout. I believe what I've heard from most everybody, and nobody else has disagreed, is that we should continue with the monthly rental. All right, so I'd like a motion to continue with the monthly rental that we have now with you working on the parameters of putting in some kind of a, if we need to get out of it, kind of long-term. All right, may I have a motion for this?
I make a motion to approve the towers for the Verizon for monthly.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All right. Start your vote. And I'm gonna. You hang it in there, okay? I was gonna see if he's gonna come. I'm just gonna put an abstain so that we have a.
And if you've got school, you can always leave and let us know.
All right. So we have 5 ayes. Thank you. And one abstention.
I'm sorry, you got 4 ayes,
Mr.
you got 4 ayes and 1
Anguiano,
abstention. You have
Mr.
4 ayes.
Mr. Anguiano.
4 ayes and 1 abstention, correct, because board member's not here, student board member's not here.
Correct.
So you have 4 ayes, 1 abstention, block.
Yes.
Okay.
Too late.
Okay. All right. On to the, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, we do probably need to extend the meeting to, we're gonna go with 10:45 at this point. So do I have a motion to extend the meeting to 10:45?
I move we extend the meeting till 10:45.
Okay, and do I have a second?
I second.
All right, and vote please. we have 5 ayes. Thank you. Meeting is extended to 10:45. All right, we are at the personnel report, 14.2. And Ms. Parks?
I think you amended your to do not.
I'm sorry, what?
You amended your agenda to add 12.8.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, yes. 12.8. I apologize. Superintendent's contract. We are moving that up to new business. Okay. I'm trying to find my piece of paper that's got my readout on it. All right, where'd it go? There it is. All right, so reading the terms for the contract for Superintendent Vicar, the work year will be 224 days. The compensation is $270,000 per year. The superintendent has elected to receive CalPERS and Social Security and would receive the same benefits, health and welfare and educational stipends as other certificated and classified managers. The superintendent is entitled to 10 additional days pay for days beyond the 224 days per year, with written rationale to the board president as to why days were necessary. The superintendent is entitled to any increases in pay that are made to other management employees during the term of this contract. The district will support the superintendent with professional memberships in ACSA and CASBO. We want to thank Ms. Vicar for her service as interim superintendent and highlight some of the accomplishments that have been done under her leadership. She has worked tirelessly with her team to hire staff, including teachers, classified, and administration. Last summer, this included over 75 teachers, 5 administrators, 3 assistant principals, and 5 directors. Ms. Vicar recognizes that this will be a constant battle for NUSD as we need to work on strengthening our budget so that we can adopt better retention practices that will support our staff, including competitive pay, health benefits, etc. She has led a team this past year to reduce and implement strategies that have impacted our budget, which include a $14 million structural deficit in 23-24. Since March of 24, she has been able to certify the district positive on state reports and has adhered to a plan. Although the district is still deficit spending in our multiple year projection, she has demonstrated a commitment to right-sizing the district. Superintendent recognizes the importance of quality schools in our district and that our school sites require repairs beyond our maintenance budget. Superintendent also worked closely with our financial bond team to identify strategies that supported the district receiving a higher credit rating. Lastly, NUSD has started to see gains in our iReady student assessments, and superintendent credits teachers, staff, and administration for these efforts. Superintendent Vicar is committed to helping Newark students and staff with continuity as we close out this year and begin preparing for 25-26 school year. She is supporting the Board of Education as we identify a timeline to begin our search process, including community surveys for the next superintendent to serve Newark Unified School District. If a superintendent is identified sooner, Superintendent Vicar and the board will work together to ensure a smooth transition. Now I have to go back. Sorry, I keep losing my documents. All right, so for the vote on the superintendent's contract, do I have a motion, questions, discussion? Oh, sorry, I need to get rid of all of this. Okay.
Superintendent Picard, I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work for the district for the last quite a while now, year and a half now. I think you have done a lot of really important work to bring stability to the district. I think we're heading in the right direction, and looking forward to continuing to work with you for another year to continue moving the district in the right direction. So just wanted to say thank you.
Are we? We have unfilled positions that are critical. Oh my gosh, I gotta go.
Any other comments from the board?
For work that she didn't do.
Any other comments from the board? Member Hill.
Yeah, I also want to thank Superintendent Vicar. So it's been a very tough row to hoe. And, you know, people don't know the half of it, quite frankly. And there aren't many people that would have stuck around to see us through a lot of these obstacles. And so just want to thank you for your perseverance and your commitment, and looking forward to continuing to move forward.
Yeah, Ms. Vicar, thank you so much. Really have enjoyed working with you over the last year and a half. Looking forward to a great year going forward. A lot of challenges, but a lot of positive indicators for our students and their achievement, for the bond and what it's going to be able to do to our facility. So thank you.
Superintendent Vicar, just really appreciate the just sticking around and really making sure that we're all on the same page. I know that together we're all going to go ahead and persevere and come out, and we'll make changes. Thank you.
I would also like to say, thank you. You have worked tirelessly. And, whether it's early morning, late nights, the weekends, you have really given everything that you could possibly give to the district to make sure that we are on track. And I really appreciate everything that you have brought to the table, the conversations, the honesty, the integrity in letting us know things that as you discover them, and you're very honest with and keeping us abreast of when you've just learned something new. You've just made a discovery on something that we didn't know, and you do get that information to us in a timely manner, and I very much appreciate that. It's an honor to work with you, and I look forward to this next year. All right. Could we take a vote, please?
Can I say something?
Yes, absolutely.
Superintendent Vicar, I'm happy to work alongside you. I'm happy to make mistakes with you. I'm happy to just be on this journey with you. And I'm also just honored to work alongside with you with all the challenges that come along with it. So keep your head up high.
All right. May I ask for a motion?
I think Member Hill wanted to say something too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion to approve Superintendent Vicar's contract.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And vote, please. Thank you. And the vote is 5 ayes. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay. We are now on to the Verizon. Oh, no, we did the Verizon cell tower. We just bumped ahead. I didn't quite do things in order. I apologize for that. We are now at the personnel report. Ms. Parks.
Good evening. First of all, I was very happy to see the PAL and see Ms. Ortiz's name on there. so glad that she's going to be back working in the district with all of her years of experience. But last year, there were a number of retirees who worked for this district. Some concerns were raised about CalPERS or STRS restrictions and whether they had been followed. There was a speaker earlier this evening that went into far more detail than I'm going to, and but my concern is with regards to the individuals that are on the PAL right now, and any others that you might have working here now, I guess. But anyhow, in order to not have any issues with their pensions, these individuals last year decided to sever their relationship with NUSD, which left you shorthanded. Has NUSD taken the steps to ensure that these same situations don't happen again? In reading through the CalPERS employment after retirement document, they recommend getting a determination letter on each individual hired before you begin the employment. This is also a recommendation for the retirees for independent contractors that are CalPERS or STRS. This protects you and the retiree. I hope the necessary steps have been taken to safeguard the retirees and the district. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, do I have any comments? Yes, Member Hill.
Yeah, I would just like to echo Ms. Park's comments, and I know that the superintendent knows full well the challenges that we faced last year, right? And so it's no, you know, I'm not casting any aspersions, but I think that we discovered some of the challenges associated, and just want to make sure that as we bring on additional people, that we have a process and monitoring in place. And you know, I'm sure that you do, but you know, just want to again emphasize its importance.
100% agree, and I want to thank the community for sharing their concerns and their thoughts.
May I have a motion to approve the personnel report?
Move to approve.
Thank you. And a second, please.
A second.
Thank you. And we'll take the vote. My finger's not working. There we go. Oh. All right. Thank you. That's 5 ayes. It passes. Congratulations. We'll have you here.
Okay, I'm really excited to have her here. We've had some great conversations, and I'm looking forward to working with Kim over the next couple weeks as we move forward and help to support the district. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to serve with you.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you and having this opportunity. And it's very...
Come on up, Kim.
Come on up here.
Again, I'd like to thank you for providing this opportunity, and it's super special that it's the week of teacher appreciation, because I started and I launched my education career 48 years ago, and because I was a swim teacher at Newark High School, which is now Newark Middle School, and it has just been, it's a pleasure. I'm a teacher at the heart of my heart, and our profession, education, is the profession that grows every other profession. It's the foundation. So we are so lucky to do the work that we do. And I look forward to supporting you, our students, our parents, our staff, our community members in just continuing to make our district really, really special. It's a special place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's great to have you back. All right, I believe we are down to the consent agenda for non-personnel items. We have pulled 15.35. Are there any other, yes?
Could we also pull 15.7, the Newark Memorial Track and Field Project?
Yes, I just realized that somehow that didn't make it onto my little agenda, so, yeah, 15.7. Okay, we'll pull 15.7. Any? Yeah, for discussion?
15.35, I thought was pulled entirely, right?
What's that?
15
1535 was pulled entirely. It was pulled, tabled, pulled.
I just wanted clarification on what we were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just hoping that we can take that out of the consent agenda and have you give us a little more detail.
Absolutely. Happy to do so.
Okay, and we have public comment on 15.4, 15.9, and 15.10. So if I can have Ms. Parks.
Ms. Parks.
15.4 is the Think Together contract.
Yes. It seems as though the I-ready component has been removed from the agreement. While I understand the intent is to reinforce their classroom learning, based on the number of parents and teachers I've spoken to, the concern about student privacy outweighs the classroom learning through I-ready, so I'm very happy about that. But on page 5 of the RFP, under technology, laptops, iPads, and cell phone service, it says that under the previous agreement, $0, the partner has already invested in these devices. I'm not sure who the partner is. Is it NUSD or is it Think Together? Because many staff members have expressed concern over the lack of Chromebooks. And I know that a lot of site councils have had to subsidize what the district has purchased because the sites don't have enough Chromebooks. And it was even a topic of last week's LCAP meeting. Yet I know that the district and individual sites have purchased so many over the years through the site councils or anyhow. Where are they all going? Is the district using a management system to track the assets and get I wanted to get clarification on whether they have their own Chromebooks and iPads or whether they are using ours. And then did you want me to go on to the next one? Is that what you want me to do here? Okay.
Go ahead and do all
Just getting
three.
clarification. Yeah. Okay. Then 15.5 is the contract with school leaders that with Stella Kemp. And I just wanted to say that it's very difficult to watch you contractually commit to $38,200 for one individual for 2 months. I hope that you can locate a qualified CBO within these 2 months. And so please get on that quickly because that's a lot of money for one person. And then on 1510, the contract to amend for Beth Figueroa. The actual amendment says in the first bullet, the provisions of the agreement for Beth Figueroa were approved by all parties on July 4th, 2025. So that will need to be corrected.
And my staff actually did call it. I meant to say something that was a typo.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's see, we pulled 15.7 to have a discussion. Member Hill?
You want some more background?
Yeah, so I guess my question is, so we're talking about a change order for the track and field, and although at one point I was conversant in that contract, I'm no longer conversant in that contract. And so my question is did we provide some kind of overage and, or some, I forget what the term is, but, essentially,
Change
what is
order.
that? Contingency,
Change
yeah.
order.
So
Yeah.
a contingency, and is this amount just consuming that contingency?
So this actually exceeds the contingency amount, which is why I'm bringing it back to you. So the contingency amount is taken into impact here already. There were some other significant things that were discovered on the land that were unknown. And those items are actually listed here. We actually provided you with pictures so that you would actually be able to see what was going on. These change orders occurred actually over the last few months as we've been kind of working through it. And as we got the bills, we realized that this absolutely needs to come forward to you. I had real concerns with signing off on everything without bringing change orders back to you, because that was something that we had discussed and it was not done. And so as I went back and was reviewing the billing on this, we wanted to make sure that all these came back to the board so that you were aware of what happened and that we had a record of the change orders that actually occurred and why.
So is the 237,000, so that is above and beyond the contingency
That is
contingency
correct.
that we planned for?
That is correct.
Okay. And then can you, I mean, I know that we don't have perfect foresight, but can you give us some assurances? Because one of the challenges that we had with our prior big project, with our AC units, is that there was just constant change order after change order after change order and constant slipping of the time frame. And you start to go down a slippery slope. And so do we have some degree of confidence that this is gonna be the last one, or do we not know, or what's your thought?
We're almost at the end of the project, which is great. If you haven't seen the field, it looks amazing. And they're gonna be laying and they're pouring the track, I believe, here real soon, right? So
They started this week.
okay, so the track's actually in process of being poured. One of the things that you see in here is that there's actually a piece in here, like where we're actually putting together a contract in case the field's not ready to be dedicated back to us yet. We will take possession of the field so that we can do graduation on the field and then give the field back, right? In the proper condition that it needs to be, and there's a process that gets done for that. But in being able to prepare for some of these things, there were a couple of unknown things, a couple of them to do with ADA type issues. There were some unusual things that we found in the ground. Just weird things. No burial sites. We did not have to stop for dinosaur bones or anything like that. So, that's the good news. So there's no dinosaur excavation going on the land, but.
We didn't discover oil or.
I did want to share with you, these were some of the findings that were out there. I wanted to make sure that we were very transparent in bringing this back to the board and making sure that you were aware. So the total amount does include about $400,000 that was already planned for within the contingency that we had set aside, and this is just a little bit more above and beyond. And so I would anticipate that there is some comes back. It's going to be very, very limited. I don't even know what that would be at this point. Can you think of anything? It might be a small one.
Yeah, it's up small.
Okay.
It's up small.
Staff's going to surprise me. We'll let you know. We'll keep you posted. We promise to bring the change order back.
Great, thank you. All right, I realize that we didn't adopt or vote on the rest of the agenda except for 15.7. Is it okay to do them all at the same time, or do I still need to do 15.7 separately?
No, I think you can do them all at the same time. Actually,
Okay.
I kind of like this format, like where maybe we ask the questions and then maybe put them all back in together at the same time.
I think it's a lot simpler, let me tell you, from my standpoint. Okay, I would like to get a motion for 15.2 through 15.34 and 15.36. If I could get a motion for that, that would be fabulous.
I'll make a motion to approve items 15.2 through 15.34 plus 15.36.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll take a vote. Because of the date?
I will modify my motion to include the correction to the contract. My apologies.
And can I have the second also acknowledge that?
I second that.
Okay. So on 1510, just to clarify, I'm bringing it back up. We have a date. Ms. Parks, I'm sorry, can you help me with where that?
Yeah, I can help you with.
Yeah, I know that, but was.
July 4th, 2025.
Was it, oh, it was in a,
July 4th, 2025.
one of the agreements. Okay, first bullet. Okay. Ms. Lemus, are you okay with? Yes, thank you very much. Okay. All right. Now we can take the vote. Or finish the vote, as the case may be. Member Hill? That's okay. Just didn't want to leave you out. And we have ayes. Okay, thank you. All right. We are at the student expulsion, 16.1, Ed Code 48918, case number E2425-06. I have a motion for this. Do I have for this?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to modify the panel's recommendation to expel for the remainder of this semester.
Okay, and do I have a second to that motion?
I second.
Modifying? Thank you, Member Hill. All right, and we are going to vote. Thank you. 5 ayes. All right. Just that slight lag thing. There, okay. We are now at the Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debriefs, and discussion. Are there any? Oh, we'll just start. Member Hill, do you have anything you'd like to say at this point?
So I know that this might come as a surprise to people, but sometimes I can be a little bit of a curmudgeon, and so. But I want everybody to know that even though I'm pushing hard, I do appreciate all the work that everybody's doing, and the amount of progress that we've made over the past couple of years is significant. And I just want to congratulate everybody for all the hard work that they're doing in moving our district forward. So thank you, and that's it.
Thank you. Member Thomas.
I'd like to echo Member Hill's comments. Congratulations and thanks to the staff for all the hard work. And thanks our acting HR director for coming on board. We really appreciate and thank you in advance for the hard work you're going to have to do. Other than that, I just want to tell everyone I'll be going to the awards, ROP Awards Assembly next week. They do a great job on that. And then I will be going to the Delegate Assembly meeting in Sacramento for CSBA the weekend after that.
Member Block?
I just wanted to wish good luck to all of the Memorial High School students who are embarking on their AP test the next couple of weeks. I know it's a really stressful time of year. Perhaps new board member Torres is taking some AP exams. I know it's a lot of work. It's really stressful. So just wishing the best to Memorial students. And also just a reminder to also keep it in perspective that, of course, it's wonderful to give our best, challenge ourselves, try to earn those college credits. But, also it will be okay, and to make sure everyone's getting enough sleep and taking care of themselves through this stressful time of year. So good luck to Memorial High School students who are taking their AP exams.
Just appreciations to everyone that was in attendance today, that came out and really just support everything that that the teachers, that the students are doing. Our staff, happy National Teacher Appreciation Week, and also, our Staff Appreciation Week coming up. So everything that's happening, we thank you for all your services, all your dedication, and your passion towards our children, our community, and it shows. And really thank everyone that's here present today for the efforts and also the dedication that you guys pour back into what we're doing for our children. Thank you much.
Okay, And I would just like to say, yeah, thank you for everyone for coming out tonight, all the hard work. And I look forward to seeing all those graduates walk across the stage in a couple weeks. That's going to be really exciting. All the students have worked very hard this year to do well. And I think our scores are going to, hopefully really show that. I mean, all the students have been working really hard. Staff has been working extremely hard. So thank you, staff, for everything that you do for us and, do for the kids. We really appreciate all of that. And I will be around to all the schools and departments shortly. And with that, we're going to move on to Superintendent's concluding remarks.
Thank you. Just a couple of things just to share with the board. The district is going to be embarking upon a partnership with public safety coming up. I think I shared this with you at a previous meeting. The dates will be in early June, and they're asking for some community participation. They'll be using our music site to be able to reenact a situation or several different scenarios for how we protect our students and how we protect our schools. And so public safety organizations throughout Alameda County in this region are coming together to actually be part of that exercise. So I'm excited to be able to help host that right here and let our community know that we care about our kids. We're looking at doing practice scenarios and making sure that our kids are taken care of, and our teachers and our school staffs and our schools are going to be safe. So it's a really great exercise to be able to do, much like practicing many of the drills that we do. Our public safety agencies are going to be practicing the drills on an actual school site and doing their procedures so that they can be prepared, well-trained. So I'm excited about that piece. Also, I want to share with you, we had a WASC that started end of last week over at the high school. The report out, we look forward to hearing what the WASC committee is going to recommend. I do want to highlight a couple of things. They talked about the amazing students that we have and the relationship that they have with their teachers. I gotta say, that was something you don't often hear called out in a WASC report. I've been through many WASCs, and you don't often get to hear about that element of it. And they really talked about the great relationship between student and teacher that was happening actually on the campus. They felt that was something that really contributed to the climate, and something I just want to call out as being something that's exceptional. And especially since this is the week of our teachers, I just wanted to be able to sit there and state that there's a great connection between our teachers and our students that happen on that campus. So congratulations to Newark Memorial High School on that. And then I want to just really welcome Jasleen to our team. I'm so excited to have you here. I look forward to working with you. Jasleen's going to be probably in apprentice mode, and she'll probably be at a few of our other functions coming up here before she gets started, and she'll kind of be in a non-voting capacity, but she'll be helping to learn and support us, and so I'm excited to have her come on board. So thank you for being here. It's good to have you here. And then our LCAP meeting, at our LCAP meeting last week, they met. They have taken a look at some of their priorities. They're working through those priorities with Ms. Allard and her team. And so we will be bringing our LCAP report and our budget back to you in June. It goes out for public hearing, and then at the second meeting in June, you'll be voting on the action to be able to adopt the LCAP and the budget together. So those things are still under works. And then lastly, I will be out of the district on Thursday evening and Friday. I'm going to be attending the NorCal Relief. That's part of our liability insurance that we have. And so I actually sit on that board, and so I'll be across the bay. And we'll be attending that meeting with some other colleagues and learning about some of the things that we need to do to be sure that we continue to protect our schools and think smart and work smart and provide safety aspects that we need to across all of our school districts. So I'm excited to join that team and be part of that.
Superintendent Vicar, did you also just want to mention about our middle school band?
Yes. I think it was like a #1 kind of thing, right? Like they came in first. So our middle school band rocked it. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it was rock music, but they did. It sounded great. They look great, and they are competitive out there. So congratulations to our Newark Middle School band. Thank you so much for reminding me. And that is not a personal dig to my wonderful assistant, whose child is also in the band, and she was sharing off some of their concerts that they did. But it was kind of timely because it was really happy news that our band actually scored first place. So music is alive and well here in Newark.
Awesome, thank you. All right, and with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 10. Oh, I'm so sorry. Nope, we don't. We do not. I am going to adjourn the meeting at 10:24. Thank you.